Alright, how's everybody doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. How we doing? Control, Adrix, Tony Har, Ringbar, Sora, Guava Chips, Scott, Exile, Alpatrix, Yolo Walker. Hey 2D dude. There's something I wanted to remind myself to do, and I'm already forgetting what it was. Brain no worky. Clearly I need my coffee. Well, howdy. Greetings. I said my name, he did. Let's continue Bite Club. For anyone who hasn't caught any of this run so far, we are using Wolf Wild Shape for exposing Bite to set up a free critical hit, and then we're just kind of riffing off of that, doing whatever comes naturally from there. The biggest number we've been able to pull from that is we did 110 damage with a Scorching Ray scroll by using Arsonist Oil and then forcing all 3 rays to crit. That was pretty juicy. Currently we're set up as a monk. Right, I was grinding to level 7. Or, not level 7, excuse me, level 8. Do I have Exposing Bite available right now? I can punch the Strange Ox. No. I was having to talk myself out of that before. That's still crazy. Peerless Focus. Don't have Necrotic Resist. Switch to Leviatar Scourge for a little bit. Go do Hide and Seek. You were saying you didn't want to do that, but struggling. It's Quag time. Hey, Siren. 07 for unique house and builds. Yeah, Corvid token. I completely forgot. Yeah, Corvid token does kind of, get rid of that. It's even available earlier than the hat that Halcyon would be using. Did you see what I was saying about the, the delivery method there?
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Yeah, I would probably need Poison Elixir to avoid the splash on you.
A couple turns should do it.
Yeah.
Will you play with me? I'm Oliver. Find me. Get.
I succeeded the sleight of hand check, but it's still locked because Oliver fucking scammed me.
You weren't supposed to fuck good. Try to fuck.
Out of sight, out of mind. Never wanted the easy path.
I love being scammed. I love being scammed. Auspicious start. Means to have all their nonsense available on everyone. Yeah. Dream's over, going back to bed. Punches aren't magical yet.
Death won't take me yet.
Get the next monk level for that. Gonna have 6 level spirit guardians with Tavern Brawler. Gross. I guess technically you already could. But, yeah, the ability to just omit Druid from your levels does open up more options. I find my padlock build involves a 12 level dip into Hexblade. I like it. I like it. I think going a 12 level dip into Hexblade helps eliminate the weaknesses of Paladin in your level 12 build. I think it synergizes really well.
Can't risk being in open view. Not up for trading today, I'm afraid.
You...
Breathe deep and move. Don't give me trouble now.
Gotta say, it's a power move to go to Oliver's house and punch Mommy and Daddy in the face. Yeah. Hey Sal, currently running 12 level dip into Hexblade. Can confirm, pretty sweet. Yeah, did you think about adding a small dip of Hexblade on top of your Hexblade levels? I think it's pretty underground, but I hear it's beneficial.
All I wanted was to play.
Life Drink is like Coke. Life Drinker is crazy. The thing about Life Drinker that's also really nutty is you'll see it get hand waved by some people who are like, but below honor mode you can do the extra attack stacking thing. No, Life Drinker's stronger there because it's a DRS below honor mode.
Looks like the Dryder's caravan came from here. They won't be needing this place again.
So there is no difficulty where taking Paladin is more beneficial than Life Drinker for a Warlock. Unless you specifically wanted heavy armor proficiency somehow, I guess. Has the same effect as well, makes my nose itch every time I see numbers. I want to do a Will Hexblade run so bad. I want to finish my current run, at least get to Act 3. I kind of like having a run idea that I'm very focused on before I finish my current one. But maybe I'm weird. Need to go Leviatars for Rupturing Blade proficiency. I still gotta try Crit Searing Blood and see how bad I fuck myself up. I miss my Warhammer proficiency. Have gone and grabbed Punch Drug Bastard. What is my opener gonna be here? think I do need to go vigilance. I guess I open with wild shaping on Invis, open with exposing bite on a Death Shepherd, and then what? Drop wild shape. Ace myself somehow, psionic overload. Then what? Figure it out. When you suggest taking cleric or fighter over paladin anyway? Yeah. Or ranger.
Best be on my way. Macte virtute. Good idea, I think. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Okay. You don't resist radiant. Yeah, that's fine, actually. Thoroughly enjoyed my full Ranger build. Must have been my first or second successful run. Ranger's awesome. We are definitely Ranger believers in this household. Okay. Still have non-magical resistance. Just do this. Just a juicy little scorching ray as a treat. I could switch from vigilance. See if I can get rid of enough carry weight here to be able to pick up this corpse. There we go. Maybe go monk. I wanted to mess around with punches. It created an argument for me taking Tavern Brawler, which helps exposing bite accuracy as well. So, that's it, really.
Very well.
Might be moving a giant killer run up my list. Hell yeah. Love stage fright, it's so good. Clean. Let's go back and look at that Scorching Ray. So I'm trying to ascertain what my ceiling for a Scorching Ray scroll is right now. I could do Arsonist Oil to apply Fire Vuln. So we could get 144 fire damage, max roll, crits with Vuln. Then with Psionic Overload, that'd be up to 24 psychic on top of that. So 168, and if I did some kind of dip tap hex, that could be another 36. So we could do, in theory, over 200 damage with just a Scorching Ray scroll. That would only go up later on when we have access to Resonance Stone to boost the Psionic Overload damage. And of course we'd have things like Formless Slaughter, Rhapsody, etc., etc. Or someone new. Hey, Sailor Cat.
No traps, please.
Wolf Wild Shape, good.
There's a trap.
These modded wild shapes, man. Hey, Superman.
Next time's the charm? That was tough. This can't have been used in a while.
That's what she said. Oh. Yes, I laugh at my own jokes sometimes. They expired, Kier. We know that's what she said. She just said it. If you're not making yourself laugh, what's the point? I agree. Where Owlbear Streamer? Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm bad at the game. Chatter. This is my first playthrough. Thank you for straightening me out there. Am I gonna have to open with bad? No, that'd be stupid. I'm not gonna open with bad. Can't even say that without pain. Pretty scratch paper you got there. Went through Vigilance Elixirs quite quickly, but that is the non-alert life. You're not wild shaping to a honey badger because honey badger unfortunately don't care, so it could not be reached for comment. Morning, Zach.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Please, free me a moment.
Okay. I guess that multi-bombed. Because, Ice Storm's 2 instances.
Within the artifact, a feeling stirs. Uncertainty.
Yeah, that tracks.
Your curiosity is getting the better of you. Do not let it. Stay away from the Githyanki. They're hunting you. They
In all
want
honesty,
the
Owlbear while
artifact.
enraged is decent, it's just so
They'll
without it.
stop at
Yeah, like,
nothing
Owlbear
to
isn't
from you.
bad. It's not like a Paladin situation where the value people are seeing isn't there. Or a Bladesinger situation where the value people are seeing isn't there. There is value, it's just there's also value in every other wild shape. Hey Melee, how are you?
This one's for careful footwork.
Only perception there's like a little annoying, I guess.
Bronishkas. Better be careful with any magic. Spells set them off.
It's just in this in-between state where it worse AoE than Rope and worse single target than Panther, but has the rage and decent physical bulk for Act 1. Yeah, it's in this place where when you want bulk, then Sabretooth also functionally does that job better because of the built-in heal. I'm just like, what are you for? You're a midpoint between 3 other good wild shapes. I guess it is just like the balance. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna run into, so I may as well be an owlbear type thing.
She's just a girl and
Hey,
she's
control.
on fire. There you go, Quag.
The first rule of Bite Club is don't talk about Bite Club.
Thank you for the 56 months, man. I appreciate you. The only one has a jump damage. Every creature in the game, if it's heavy enough, can do damage by landing on something's head. Now, owlbear has a secondary, like, AoE around their jump, but that does far less damage than the actual landing itself, so if you're trying to jump on things for damage, every shapeshift can do that. I have one-shot Grim by jumping on it in the Slayer form, for example. You can do it with Rothe, you can do it with Polar Bear. Enlarged Tentacle Cat could probably do it. That is something that you can just do that has been attributed to owlbear. A Dino can definitely do it. Enlarged Panther and Sabretooth maybe. Yeah, coming here with near max Call the Week threshold for free Act 3 is pretty vile. Joe can also do it. Who's Joe? You okay? I think so. Hey, Zach, thank you for gifting a sub to me live. Very kind. Much appreciated. I'll have to show it off on stream for the other benefit. The big cats, their jump distance, basically retreat to safety, take no damage.
She's just a girl and she's on
Yeah,
fire. There you go, Quag.
the big cats and Spider have very good jump distance. I feel like going for eagles right now. But I don't. I don't really feel like going for kobolds either, but like I should. Blech. Maybe I shouldn't. I don't have fire res right now. With pack tactics, they could actually meaningfully damage me. Let's go back to Act 2. Even without Enhanced Sleep, Sabretooth 24 Strength, just jump the entire screen. I think I really like Elven Elegance for Rothe. Yeah, having more movement speed allows you to actually use your charges effectively instead of having to click them from standing still. Also helps to be a Wood Elf for that. Or to start the fight with Haste Helm on to get your momentum, and then you transform. That's an option too. But yeah, Elven Elegance definitely. I really liked Elven Elegance on Slayer too, because positioning when you're a transformation that has a large creature hitbox, it can get really awkward, especially if you're trying to do things like walk over potion puddles. So having a little bit of extra movement speed is quite nice.
Ding, anything you want to say?
Grid's class I've always wanted to do and never got around to doing. I encourage it. There's lots of ways you can play it. I'm playing it in a very, more micromanagement kind of way than, anyone I've seen right now. It's like dipping in and out of wild shape that quickly is something I've never seen anyone do. While I was thinking about this build concept, I did see a mod get posted that's kind of in a similar spirit. You have like very short duration wild shapes that you get by using weapon attacks with scimitars. It seemed kind of cool.
You recognize the corpse being tended. The girl Arabella's father.
What's in here?
I can talk to Arabella. My Arabella. Bella.
No fun. You find Mum and Pops? I don't believe you.
That looks great, by the way. Struggle making half-orcs I like. I clicked randomizer until I was satisfied. I don't really do much character creation nowadays. Roof. With Leviatar Scourge, I think that's not unreasonable. Probably want fire res, though. Yeah, what if I just didn't fuck up? Or what if instead of pushing her off, I just did exposing bite stuff? That's the real answer. Using Wild Shape more as a utility than as a damage dealer, right? Yeah. I fully have the ability to use it for damage dealing right now. I'm fully set up to do so. But I'm using it mostly to enable my other damage at the moment. As I get more levels, I'll be able to diversify my options there. Like, if I ever take 4 Druid levels, I'll have Rothe, and Rothe damage is, Rothe is an AoE demon. You could do some really good damage.
You will turn around in...
Will turn around in her name. Can I get an A, women?
Just out of view.
So I could hit a flurry of blows here. That's probably the answer. Wish I did this. More stylish. At least. Yeah, the correct play was totally flurry of blows. I just really like doing the scorching right thing. The reach from around is too accurate. Oh yeah, for some reason I don't have light hammers.
No hesitation.
Considering how fast the turn's supposed to be in D&D, it's a cool idea to think of a druid fighting in wild shape, dropping form, and punching the hell out of someone in a couple seconds. Yeah, I agree. This is why we wore Leviatar's Scourge. You really remember doing these skellies before doing the throne room? Yeah. As long as you can efficiently deal with the Necromancer, this XP is basically free, provided you come up here with Necrotic Resistance as well. Because they make a lot of attacks, even if they individually don't do much. Remember, Reach from Around can hit for up to 11 damage. See, this was a max roll here. But between Resistance and Magical Plate, I managed to reduce that to 4. Reach from where? Reach from around?
Wish I had a bag of holding. Something good here, I hope.
Okay. Yeah. Just make sure you heard me properly.
In it. Right tool will do the trick.
Why am I lockpicking? I have the key. I'm so used to pushing her off the roof that I never have the key. I don't think I chasm the Shambling Mound this run. There's a non-zero chance I do Ironwood Club stuff. Not a high chance, but it's a non-zero chance. Like if the game says Kethrick's up here doing preparations when he is in game, straight up lies to you. No, I mean, he's gonna be up there later. How you doing, Chaotic Bunny? Hey, Nika. Hey, Ansel.
I'm not worthy. I never learned the words.
Yes, you did. She gives them to you fully formed.
So,
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve? Slaughter well.
12 levels of fighter is unsurprisingly really strong. Yeah. Beats the tactician fighter finally. Let's go. Any plans for another run? I'm gonna continue to try to get the most mileage out of my wild shape charges here. Gonna reach and travel to get exposing bite back, then we're gonna come back. Best example, which I'm really mad to hear, tests if you're infected with a space gummy, which she does not have. Well, the space gummy explodes in the cutscene, doesn't it? Maybe I made that up. Pretty sure you explode it with the artifact in the cutscene. Cat, what are you doing?
Anything
My
you
trash.
wanna say?
All right, time to skulk about. Light on my feet. Should get
Start
started.
with you. I mean, we could see how good my wild shape damage is. Well, it's not. That'll do crit flurry of blows. Hoping to see Superman tonight with work. It's gonna be a long day. Hopefully you're able to get through the day as painlessly as possible.
Can't slow down.
Here... Where did I forget the moon lantern? I forgot it somewhere. Probably... Bezos. Fun fact, Wolf's basic attack has the exact same damage as a Sabertooth. Is Wolf secretly? Taking 1 Hexblade, 2 Stars Druid, 9 Ice Draconic Sorcerer, not sure yet. My advice when multiclassing is consider what you're getting from multiclassing, like what is your goal, and then that'll kind of inform the decision. There are 2 wolves inside you. They're both gay. Go on. Hexblades for the reduced crit off Curse for Ray of Frost, Stars for Starry Dragon form, both get medium armor shield, so that's covered. I don't think that Hexblade's Curse for the purpose of crit reduction is all that valuable. Remember, you can only apply Hexblade's Curse outside of a weapon attack once per short rest. Sure, it's on your bonus action, but you could be doing other things to increase your damage on your bonus action, like applying Hex. Hexblade's Curse for raw damage makes sense, but I don't think using it for the crit reduction is necessarily efficient. And keep in mind, the more you multiclass, the more you're delaying things like feats. But I do think what you mentioned about the gear proficiencies is going to be pretty sound. Picking up medium armor shields, martial weapons, something you get from Hexblade. That all makes a lot of sense. And yeah, I'm a big fan of Dragon Form. Hexblade's such a good level 1 dip, it's nuts. Yeah, you get a lot of value. Cat. Come here.
What's inside?
I'm exhausted.
Do you
Better
hear
find
something?
somewhere to
I
go.
believe there's a cabin near you.
Jake, he's right here. You know which wild shape basic attack does some of the highest damage? I mean, outside of Myrmidons, right?
That's curious.
Is it not Panther? I would have thought it'd be Panther or Sabretooth, but you mentioned Sabretooth and Wolf have the same. Couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I'm struggling what race to pick. Half-Orc's always a good option. Did a Half-Orc in my fighter run, want to change it up. Zariel Tiefling's nice. You get a couple uses of stylized smites without having to nerf your character by being a paladin. You get built-in fire resistance, you get dark vision, you have a medium-sized movement speed, and you get thaumaturgy for dialogues. Panther's correct. Let's go. Always end up doing elf or half elf. Yeah, half elf is probably my most played, but Bunny outlined getting gear proficiencies through other means, so I would say it's less beneficial, and given Sorcerer and Warlock are both planned to be present, you can pick up all of the cantrips that would be worth taking from High Elf cantrip anyway. So that leaves, sure, maybe you could go Wood Elf for the movement speed. That's always nice. Morning Date. 3d6 plus Wild Shape Die plus Dex. That's pretty strong. Considering Tiefling is going to go Mephistopheles for the free mage hand to open up cantrip slot. I don't think that's really very worth, given the opportunity cost of what you were losing from Zariel Tiefling, personally. But, you know, every Tiefling's good. $691. I don't really want to fight more shadows yet. So Mason's Guild's definitely no.
Anything of use?
I'd go for Jerry. I guess that makes the most sense. Main issue with Zariel is this might just fire damage, can be applying wet to most of my enemies, reduces the effectiveness. Thaumaturgy is very nice. You have the Radiant Smite as well. Keep that in mind. You get a Fire one and a Radiant one. The Radiant one you can even do on ranged attacks. What's the deal with people not having enough money for tolls? Jerry Thornfeld. You get Radiant 2, shows how much I play Tiefling. Yeah, you get a Fire one at level 3 and then a Radiant one at level 5. Actually do that.
To be cautious.
Wish I could warn playing Dragonborn. You can. It's just not a good race for bonuses compared to the others. Yeah, it is. Breath weapon can be good though. Yeah, it can. Not only can the breath weapon be good, the breath weapon is a really good combat opener because all of them except for the fire ones are action refreshes, so you still maintain your actions when you use those to open combat. Also, being able to pick up a resistance of your choice that you just always have is quite nice, especially if you take something uncommon, like being a blue Dragonborn for lightning res or a black Dragonborn for acid res can be really, really impactful because it's kind of hard to get those. Also, Dragonborn are in the slightly heavier weight class along with half-orcs, where you're harder to shove by enemies because you weigh a little bit more. 100 kilos. Other medium-sized creatures are 75, and Karlak is 90, and then half-orcs and Dragonborn are 100. Leave the moon lantern at the roof of the building after fighting the doggos. I'm pretty sure that's where it is, Nico, yeah. I actually really like that. I've died a fair amount of being shoved off things. Yeah, it's a really troublesome thing to have to deal with, especially in the early game, which I maintain that the game up through hitting level 5, level 6 is the hardest part of the game. Because that's where your player power is at the least, but you're also lacking core things. Like, you don't have the Boots of Striding yet. You don't have access to the Mighty Claw as an alternative either. So people ring-outing you is a constant concern. Half-Orc Dragonborn give you resistance to that. Another thing that's nice about Dragonborn is, since there are no companion or hireling ones, the only way to get an elixir of Dragonborn prowess from Mirage is to be one yourself. And then some of those are really good. Like if you're a white Dragonborn, the Mirage potion gives you a use of Ice Storm. That's a 4th level spell you just get a use of. And Ice Storm is really mechanically useful. Now, if you're like a green Dragonborn, you get Ray of Sickness, and that one kind of sucks. But getting Ice Storm is good. So I was chopping up lettuce after going to the grocery store trying to be healthier. I'm proud of you. Just threw it all on the ground and snatched my phone because I heard talk of big ladies. Dade, you have to eat healthy. You too can be big lady. So pick up the floor lettuce. Floor lettuce sounds like something you'd hear on Urban Dictionary or some shit. Burger King foot lettuce.
Free from the curse.
Taxes, never heard of them.
Perhaps she'll find peace.
Ray of the Sickness. David Draymond? Nah, fuck that guy. If artists could stop coming out as fucking terrible human beings and ruining quality meme references, that would be great. Even seeing that guy's name makes me sick to my fucking stomach. Actual ghoul. Piece of shit.
Bet that will fit in my pack.
Like being small but mighty lady, because with my personality it's scarier low-key. That makes sense. That makes sense. Or I actually threw it in the salad spinner. Good. Sorry, the salad spinner. Why is pronouncing things wrong so funny? Am I okay? Not wrong, it's French, so it's wrong. Got him. I was having a mental breakdown because of work, and I just spontaneously threw my computer out the window as I felt the breastily heaving aura wash over me because big lady.
Bet I can crack that open.
You're experiencing a breastily heaving aura? Good luck, brother. Can't be mean to me. You're having a bad time. It's almost my day. I'm not being mean to you. I'm making references at you. As per usual, let me know whose desk I need to go drop a paladin on. And I will endeavor to do so. Blue Dragon Elixir gives a lightning bolt cast, goes well with my wet shenanigans too. I like it. Yeah, that's really good. I do think Blue Dragonborn is very good overall, because you have that lightning res, you have the lightning breath weapon, you get a good Araj elixir. You look fucking cool. Can't forget that.
Open up.
Drop a paladin on? Yeah, a turd. A shit. A piece of feces. Some doo-doo. Some dookie. A butt nugget. $31 XP. Is that maybe the green ones? Never liked the green Dragonborn color options. I don't know that I've ever looked at them too closely. Last time I played a Dragonborn was a black Dragonborn. He looked cool. He looked really cool. Duties, duties, duties. Very easily amused. Bob mentioned. The chat remembers Bob.
I was a farrier in Dissarin Valley. And the dreams came.
My brothers had the dreams too.
Very well.
Same as me. They wouldn't admit it.
The Absolute calls us all.
Ever at your service. And all.
Perfect storm of looking badass, having the jauntiest voice and the fucked upest lore. Yeah. Yeah.
Think you can take me on? That's a friendly looking shadow.
Is he overshot? Yeah, he was only vaguely aware that they were together to begin with. You have a question when it comes to backgrounds. What do you think is the best access and inspiration? Like Charlotte and a lot of heard Sage is good. So it kind of depends on the framework of your run. But Sage is very, very good. Charlatan can be good, though it kind of sucks in Act 3. Soldier is pretty good, though some of the inspos require you doing difficult things. Guild Artisan is pretty nice.
We are each of us threads in
Haunted one is good, if a little awkward at times. Something to consider is also the skills that you get from a background will kind of affect its value when it's relative in XP to another one. So, like, Guild Artisan is quite good because you get Persuasion proficiency. Persuasion and Insight, which are both nice ones to pick up. Soldier is really good because Athletics and Intimidation are good, and you get, you know, a lot of XP from your background, too. Soldier's probably my favorite, personally, but, there's other factors, like Sage. A lot of your inspos are bankable. They're books that you can just carry around and then read when you need them. Some other backgrounds have bankable inspos. Dirge can bank the dwarf meat. Guild Artisan can bank crafting the Vision of the Absolute. Acolyte can bank Book of Dead Gods. Folk Hero can just avoid talking to Volo for a long time. There's Noble can bank a dialogue with Astarion and a dialogue with Will. You can bank some of them, but Sage can just be carrying around a bag with like 6 inspiration points in it. And if you're willing to do something slightly tedious, you can stack up sages. So, for example, if you are a sage and you have either Gale or the hireling Sir Fuzzlump in your party, then you'll be getting 2 inspo points every time you get one of yours. So, and you could put both of them in your party, so you're getting 3. So anytime you need to refill your inspo, you just put them in the active party, read the book, and then you're good. You don't get the XP more than once. You will just each individually get the XP, but you will get all of the points. Like if I show you real quick, these books and charts inventory, all 3 of these are Sage Inspos. I don't have Gale or Fuzzlump yet, but inspo point, inspo point, inspo point. The thing I'm standing somewhat near to, this in the center of Wraithwind Town. Opening this up is a Sage Inspo. Opening the secret room in Balthazar's room in Moonrise is a Sage Inspo, and then opening it on the first try is another Sage Inspo. So if you put Gale and Fuzzlump in your party, and then you open Balthazar's secret room, 4 Inspo points right there. There's a book in the morgue I haven't grabbed that's an Inspo point. There's another book in the morgue I haven't grabbed that's an Inspo point. There's a book in the well in the Blighted Village I haven't grabbed that's an Inspo point. The letter to Ketherick in his room, inspo point.
Looking ahead.
Sage is very bankable. Yeah, let's pick a fight I shouldn't because I can. That sounds good, right? May as well test out the monk stuff before we pivot. I'm thinking the next respec I'll be going to Swords Bard. You're thinking? Careful, that's dangerous. I'll try not to do it too much. Thanks for your concern.
That's curious.
Sage sounds really good all around then. I'll have to see what it gets in Act 3, but Sage sounds fun. Never picked it. It's kind of awkward going back to other inspo backgrounds after you play a Sage, because it's like, wait, I need to care about my inspo points? What do you mean by this? So you just having them so available is intoxicating.
What's that?
Hey Sora, thank you for gifting a sub to Chaotic Bunny. Very kind. Much appreciated. Someone remind me after this fight to go get my Moon Lantern. I keep forgetting. What proficiency do you get from Sage? Arcana History? Is it Arcana History or Arcana Religion? I think it's Arcana History. Drunken Master pull off a crossbows build? Something like Shadow be better for this? They have the same level of support for crossbows, those two. If anything, the monk subclass that gives the most to crossbows would be between open hand and 4 elements. Because if you're doing hand crossbows, open hand can temporarily give themselves an extra bonus action, which you could use as an extra attack for those. And if you're doing Fangs of the Fire Snake from 4 elements, that buffs your weapon, unarmed, and throw attacks for the rest of the turn, including crossbows. So it'd be between those two. But Monk has extra attack, and at level 9 is able to make hand crossbows do the same damage as short bows. So any monk is going to be good at that.
whisper. Best be on my way. I have something to ask.
I could really be long resting soon. Now that I'm level 8, I can
This
go
vessel
do a lot of
is
things that I've been
Get going.
delaying. Use one of your levels. Let's get more wisdom.
What now? At least things have stayed interesting. Still alive, so that's progress.
There we go. That's what I was hoping I had enough for.
Can't give up now. This vessel is at thy...
Still laughing you almost ending my run yesterday. Okay, it wasn't your fault, but it was funny. It was calculated. That's Hexblade. Any built-to situations you could justify taking ASI as a feat. I took one recently, just to be running around at 24 strength. I was playing, I think this is when I was playing a monk. My duo with Gage, I believe. I just felt like having 24 strength just because, you know, high damage floor, consistency, punching things. I didn't really want to think too much. You could maybe justify ASI on setups where you're sort of double dipping the value of your casting stat. So Tavern Brawler punches are an example of that, but another one would be the so-called Squid Blast, which is maximized Eldritch Blast, optimized around Mind Flayer stat block. But if you were doing that sort of thing where, you know, you're getting double your Charisma modifier as additional damage on your Eldritch Blast, well, at that point, instead of getting 1 point of damage per 2 points of Charisma, you're getting 1 point of damage per 1 point of Charisma at an interval of 2. So it works out more efficiently. So as you mentioned, Hexblade, you know, you have the pack weapon scaling, you have Agonizing Blast, you have the Ghosts. That's multiple things that tangibly benefit. Wisdom ASI isn't the craziest thing for if you are trying to scale Iron Vine shield damage while doing other things that your Wisdom is relevant for. So if you wanted that while having spell save DC, or you wanted that while getting more damage out of the Kushigo boots, you could justify that a bit. Could maybe justify it for casting stat. For Wisdom again, while doing, like, wild shape stuff, maybe. It's very difficult for me to justify taking ASI. Yeah, because usually it's just going to be a less efficient way of accomplishing a specific task. It is very much a don't want to think sort of perk, because if you want more damage, there's other things that can get you that. You want more initiative, other things can get you that. You want more tank, other things that can get you that. You want more accuracy, other things that can get you that. You want more mobility, well, ASI doesn't do that at all. You want more spell save BC, other things can get you that. Its feats are very good, and ASI is just kind of fine. So that's its issue.
As bad as it could have. Out of sight, out of mind. Breathe deep and move.
Neat. Moon Lantern, after this fight. Thank you. Amazing. These are so interesting to play with an experiment, ASI just throwing more numbers on your sheet. Yeah. You hit me for 10 damage there? Almost a max roll. I had to check to see if I had resistance, because that was a lot of fucking damage. I forgot to put my slashing res back on. Oh, well. Let's do that.
Cutting to the chase.
Annoying having to pop wholeness of body there, but better than dying.
Step carefully. There's a trap.
Hey, Popsy. Good to see you. Thought of you the other day. What was it? Oh, Felicia saw some of your emotes out in the wild. I think it was a Overwatch tournament. Someone was using something you made.
What's that? What's in here?
Moon Lantern. Moon Lantern. I have object permanence. Maybe. I mean, can we be sure that things continue to exist when you're not looking at them? Like, can anyone ever really be sure? Nice, it's always so sweet to still see and hear people using my art. I'm grateful. Your hard work has always been appreciated, and it will always be appreciated. Exactly where I thought it would be. Okay, so do I keep this monk level? Or this monk dip? I kind of want to go Swords Bard. Thing is, I don't get magical secrets until 10. So if I went Swords Bard, I'd probably want to go, like, something for Scorching Ray. And that leads me to something questionable that I might do. It's gonna really make people question me. Yeah, let's rip the band-aid off. What the order of operations is with Death Ward, Blood of Lathander. Well, with Blood of Lathander, it, like, mostly doesn't work in solo. It's very conditional to, like, get the cheat death to be willing to trigger at all. And then, even then, order of operations, you get the game over screen before it triggers. Most of the time in solo. So, like, for party play, I guess Blood of Lathander is last in the order of activation. It is not a reliable cheat death. Anyone who tells you it is, again, it's one of those Reddit level, like, haven't actually played the game type things. It's super not reliable. But Death Ward is very reliable. You can rely on that one.
Dost thou require a new ally?
Okay, so I just need everyone to know I'm okay. Like, I'm okay. You don't have to worry about me. Everything is fine. I'm okay. You guys understand? I'm okay. Don't want to do this. Continuing to prove that even trash has value. Other than your current build, some favorite build to use in BG3? I have a lot of favorites. I really enjoyed a Karlach build I did recently. Actually, my two picks are probably... coincidentally, I was on Karlach for both of them. But it was a Karlach build I did recently where I had 5 levels of Giant Barbarian, I had 4 levels of Hunter Ranger, I had um, a level of Hexblade Warlock, and a level of Monk. Um, what was the last level? I don't even remember. Last one doesn't matter. I think I actually ended up going 6 Barbarian. Yeah, but the idea was I was doing Ratbat stuff with Hordebreaker. I also had access to Booming Blade. I had Hexblade's Curse. I was doing the Giant Barbarian Kick. I had Reckless Attack, all sorts of tools, and I was able to do very oppressive things. There's some really good clips floating around of me bullying rooms of enemies with Hordebreaker, Oil of Combustion, and the Rat Bat. Just room-wide nukes with one swing of a bat, and then kicking people to clean up afterwards. It was very fun. And the other pick was a Retaliation build, where I was 10 levels of Lore Bard, and enemies one-shot themselves by hitting me. By the end of that run, I was using Contagion to apply blindness to myself every long rest so that the hit rate against me went up. Okay, but why? I want extra attack. I want Booming Blade. I want Scorching Ray. With my currently available number of levels, that's how I achieve those things on a half-orc. This is temporary. Because, again, Blade Singer is a bad class. Just for now, it does provide a niche that's relevant, with my current number of available levels. As soon as I have one more level, this is no longer optimal. But while I'm level 8, it makes sense. Firebolt. I should take Acid Splash. And scribe these other things. I mean, I really should take Mage Hand. But I'm not gonna. When I was a young Tev. inside you are two wolves right now? Yeah, actually, I have two wild shape charges, so there are two wolves inside of me. Look at that blade song impeded. So, Blade Singer's dog shit, and we're not blade singing. Just getting that one out there. Should have taken enhanced leap. It's fun. I wanted extra attack. Leave me alone. I'm not proficient with, like, a lot of the weapons I want to use. I lost my Great Club proficiency. I forgot I got that from Monk and not Druid. Gross. So here's another of the problems with this. I don't have proficiency with many things that synergize with what I'm trying to do. Right now, Cruel Sting is our best bet. Yeah, out of fighter dip. If I had room for that, I wouldn't be a Blade Singer right now. Blade Singer gets extra attack at level 6. Remember, it's bad. Why not just Fiend Warlock? Because the extra attack won't work the way I want it to. Because I won't have the extra attack trigger off of my wild shape attack. Every other aspect, it would be way better than this. But I need an extra attack that isn't tied to the packed weapon. If I want to get it off of Exposing Bite. About Swords Bard? Swords Bard is what I want to do. But Swords Bard doesn't have Scorching Ray. And don't you want to see upcast Scorching Ray with every beam critting? Because I want to see that. Ask why the wild shape extra attack isn't working for you. It's not that it isn't working for me, it's that it's how it works, DJ Winza. So, Wild Strike, the extra attack you get from Druid level 5, applies to attacks made in Wild Shape. If I attack in Wild Shape and trigger Wild Strike, but then I drop my Wild Shape, I'm no longer making attacks in Wild Shape, so I can't attack again. But extra attack from other sources applies to any attack you make, including Wild Shape ones. So I can do one attack in Wild Shape, drop my form, and still have my second attack, if I have extra attack from something other than Druid. Now, if I picked Warlock and use Pact of the Blade is not extra attack. You do not have extra attack when you have Pact of the Blade. What you have is a weapon that has extra attack if you do your first attack with it. But if my first attack is in Wild Shape, I didn't do it with my weapon, so I don't get the extra attack. Didn't know you were dropping Wild Shape mid-turn, so I got lost. Yeah, that's the build. The idea is sound when you know you got that from Blade Singer, huh? This is why it's important to, and this is why I know I'm not a hater. Like, assigning value where the value is important. This is something that only Blade Singer can do for me right now. As soon as I get one more character level, that's no longer true, so I don't have to be this class.
Back. I do enjoy a good bargain.
Now, if I was not a half-orc, I would probably be more inclined to lean in a different direction. Like, if I innately had Booming Blade from being a high elf, I would just kind of put off doing the Scorching Ray stuff. And I'd be Swords Bard already. But currently, Blade Singer is giving me access to multiple things that I otherwise wouldn't have.
Very.
Book version of Blade Singer performs. I see what you did there. Better than the BG3 version? Absolutely. They are very mechanically different. And the tabletop bros are doing the thing they like no service by pretending they're the same. Once again, as a PSA, if anyone tells you that Blade Singer is good in Baldur's Gate 3, ask them why. Just ask them why. See if they can give you an answer.
Have I got everything now?
Tell me why.
Looking ahead. Very well. Let's move.
So let's field test this over here.
Another day, another fight. Sharp, deep, and still fresh.
I'll take Firebolt. Okay, that. I'm a tabletop bro. BG3 took my top video game spot from his predecessor, held the title for 30 years. Final Fantasy VI first played in 1994. Let's go. BG3 is definitely something different. And I don't consider you a tabletop bro, DJ Winza, because in your time here, you have shown the ability to exercise critical thinking. So you enjoying tabletop is different from the kind of person I'm talking about. You know? Even though I'm not wearing that gear anymore, technically, Blade Song is still impeded because it's a bad feature.
What path lies before me?
People trying to force a one-on-one comparison. Yeah. Similar to working in tech or finance does not make you a tech or finance bro. What if we got completely vile with it? I'm talking what if we got downright rude with it? it'd probably be a waste. Let's not. Just pass turn. So we held back a bit there. But that's a crit on a 1, crit on a 1, crit on a 13, crit on a 17, and a crit on an 8. Really biting your time with that attack.
Never a dull moment.
You have to be nice to me. Do I? Do I have to?
What to do? Can't slow down. This calls for careful footwork.
You okay over there? Yeah. Savage attacker is only for melee weapon attacks. It also works on throws.
Hells, we're attracting too much attention. Another step forward.
You never even coming? Oh, there you are. Where are you? Oh, okay.
Try me.
Is it bad that I already feel like my curiosity's been satisfied and I want to spec out a Blade Singer? I'm over this. Okay. As if I'm not doing that one trick. Just an extra attack merchant.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Let's try to set up the big one. So what I want to do here is get a surprise round by applying wet.
I don't need any attention right now.
Yeah, okay. I know how I'm gonna do it.
Missed a step.
Okay. cares? Oh, okay, Danny. Okay. I see your true feelings. You're not done with Blade Bad yet? Not yet. Just one more thing. What happened to the one that was walking around down here? Did it just, like, fucking disappear? It seems that it may have. Okay, well. Wet and threatened. Threatened was my nickname in high school. Oh. Did that go okay for you? The arse oil. Fight. Okay, Fireball. Sonic Overload going. All right. Yeah, this is okay damage. It's okay. Might be a one-trick wolf build, but when it hits, it really do hit. It's true.
Need to find a way forward. I have the plans and the Sousa bark. Now I just need a forge.
That's 20 d6 fire damage. Yes. 20 d6 times 2. Because it was also Vol. Hey, Shimmer. Alright, can I spec out of this class yet? Fire damage alone is about 140 average damage. And that's only a 4th level. I say only. That's only a 4th level Scorching Ray.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
How you doing, pal? Looking for some odds and ends? I've scavenged all sorts.
Yeah, that's the kind of scorching ray stuff we can build into that I'll probably lean into quite a bit later. What can we do that has some good gear proficiency and such? We did a little bit of monk stuff. We could always go back to that. Barbarian? Hmm. Barb level 9 brutal critical is something I would mess with, but that's quite a ways off. That'll be a level 11 spec. Get that looter goblin to spawn. Minthara has to survive to make it to Moonrise. Any path where Minthara survives to Moonrise, he spawns in. Thank you. You're welcome.
Welcome back. Have you... I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my... Welcome back. Let...
A level 3 XP spot. That is the trade-off, yeah. You get 1 to 2 fewer immediate tadpoles, depending on whether you're duping Mintharas or not. And you don't get a tier 3 exploration spot in Moonrise. Those are the things you lose.
How is your more personal research put...
Will be no point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Before I do that respec. May as well go scorching right the strange ox, right?
There is lots, but I've got scavengers' rights, so it's all mine. Unless you're willing to trade for it.
Given how the strange ox has been behaving lately, could end up working out not so good. It's a non-zero chance I get, like, Enemy of Justice and Last Light from this, but, fuck it, we've all.
Just out of view.
Something's on my mind.
I don't know why this has been happening lately.
I don't think I'll ever look at an ox quite the same.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Because Call a Week splashed the ox there. No witness, though.
Ugh. Just when I think I've seen it all, at least it's dead.
Tell me how you really feel. Damn, just murder Moo Girl. Why don't you? Moo, do you see this? Is this you? Is this you, or is this what you're producing right now? Considering you're in my chat, so you're either shitting or shit posting. Blade Singer, temporary. We're respecking in like a minute. Hera's mid on Anubis. Ares and Hesticles topped her hard. Don't even get me started on Zeus. I did a run this morning before stream, just because I was awake and had time. Rivals, Chronos. I did get it. Moonwater carried my ass, but what was I running? Oh, Morrigan. Heracast. Apollo attack. Trying to get better at the timing on that.
Anything you want to say?
Not judging you, that's a combo. Yeah, no, like, I didn't have any significant damage output. I was going for, Hera Hestia, but, I just never got Hestia. So I was like, fuck it, I'll use what I got. I had no damage. But it kind of worked out okay, because Morrigan doesn't scale. I mean, I guess it kind of scales if you have extra dose. And you can deliver it through Hitch. So, like, that was fine. Apollo attack was good, yeah. I wanted Hestia, and she just never showed up.
How's the barricade coming along? It'll need to.
I like half specifically for his legendary, and the hammer, that's 222. I don't really feel like it's worth scaling the Blood Triad damage when you could just scale the Omega attack and trigger Blood Triad with the Omega attack.
Can you hear?
But, like, maybe I'm weird.
The absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
We're talking Hades too, for anyone who's very confused. Finish my triad with Omega attack.
Ever at your service.
Like, you're doing the Omega attack anyway. Why not just scale that? That's how I feel about it. I don't feel like triad increases are worth it because of that. But I could be wrong. Yeah, Weed Killer. Mm-hmm.
And all.
hammer has a chance to double the triad. I don't think I've actually... Oh, I did get that one once.
Ever at your service.
That was like my first run with the weapon where I didn't know what I was doing though, so I died and never really used it properly. I should try to get that hammer.
And on.
So I want to get Attitude with Damon and Mattis now. Gonna take me a bit extra on Damon, because he kind of fucking hates me right now. Hey, Raid. Welcome in.
Fate, dost thou require a new ally?
Alright, that was a fun 20 minutes of something. Now where do I pivot? We did monk stuff for a little bit, that was pretty good with the manifestations. We could go back to that. We could switch to 4 elements, do some Fangs stuff. That's also a direction. Thinking extra attack users. Fighter I would be getting the additional feat. I'm really tempted to go Fighter here. I could go Eldritch Knight and be like just shy of picking up Scorching Ray in my spell list. This is what Eldritch Knight, Arcane Trickster get 2nd level spells at level 7? Did I make that up? Let me look. No, it is level 7. Okay. So I could go Eldritch Knight. That would pick me up Booming Blade. That would pick me up 2 feats. I wouldn't get heavy armor proficiency unless I do Fighter into Druid, which I do think makes sense. Fighting style-wise, what do I go here? I think defense. Dueling makes sense for my throwing damage. We'll go defense. Still end up with some int? Gross. Do I care about it? Not really. It's just spell save DC for tadpoles and like sleet storm scrolls. That's all that would be affecting. Don't care about that. I haven't fought Ethel yet. I want Ethel on Dex, then that could free up that. And I could have 18 strength, sorry, 20 strength, 16 Dex, 16 con. And still like 10 Riz. Go Riz. Fourth time I reset my run. I view resets as an opportunity to make sure that thing that killed you is never able to kill you again. Just never died of the same thing twice. That proves to yourself, and that's who you want to prove that kind of thing to, that you learned. You are going to die in honor mode. You are going to. It is a thing. It will happen. Question is, are you able to learn from it? Alright, so he's at minus 45 right now. So to go from 0 to 100, it's 400 gold at level 1. I need to give him, what, 600-ish? There we go. Not better using Giant Elixir? Why would it be better? You're assuming it would be better. Why?
In the market for something special?
Ooh, arsonist oil. I do need that. It's a little more expensive than I thought it was, actually. Huh.
Premium trinkets and doodahs.
Oh yeah, I still haven't done Grimforge. That was a serious question, by the way. Why would it be better?
If you're all right by Jaheira, you're all right by me.
So, I'll answer my own question. No. Using Hill Giant or Cloud Giant strength elixirs is not inherently better than having good strength. Because you give up your elixir slot. Look at my initiative right now. I have +9. Currently I have a Vigilance elixir on that's giving me 5 of my 9. Contrary to what people who don't actually play the game, but post about it constantly on BG3 builds say, having low initiative is terrible.
One soul. Of many thoughts.
By having naturally good strength, I'll have 20 once I spec Tavern Brawler. 20 is the number you need to throw around most medium-sized creatures. It's also enough for good damage and good accuracy on strength-based attacks. And it allows me flexibility in my elixir slot. That means I could go Vigilance when I need it. It means I can go Bloodlust when I want action economy. It means I can go Colossus when I want more damage or more consistency on strength stuff. It means I can go Fire Resist when I want immunity to burning and resistance to fire damage. It means I can go Necrotic Resistance if I didn't have access to Nightsinger's Favor, which I can go get shortly. It means I can go Peerless Focus when I don't want to be put to sleep. It means I can go Poison Resist to turn off Balthazar's hardest hitting move and give myself immunity to things like Stinking Cloud. It means I can go Guileful Movement when I want immunity to being paralyzed, especially while I'm wild-shaped. Which, you know, I can't wear the Ring of Free Action while I'm wild-shaped. Giving up your elixir slot for a strength elixir is not a gain, it is a loss.
Ever at your service.
my Poisoner's Ring, because I will forget about it if I don't.
And
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
Are you Cloud Giant's good? Only because it puts you at a level of strength, otherwise unattainable. That strength isn't unattainable, though. So, false premise. Give you a couple examples. Whenever I do Slayer form builds, which is common, I did one recently. My Swarmkeeper Ranger was focused around the Slayer form. I had 30 strength without Elixir. 30. 28 before Act 3. So, why would I care about a Cloud Giant Elixir? I could just have good strength. And outside of the context of Slayer form builds, if you were to build into Devil Foil masks, you could hit the 26 strength bracket in party play without needing Cloud Giant, therefore allowing you to use things like Bloodlust and Colossus while at the 26 strength bracket. But let's say you couldn't hit the 26 strength bracket, let's say you're purely solo. If you go for the 24 strength bracket, that plus Colossus is still more damage than you get out of Cloud Giant. So, Dirge or Tef? Tef. Well, this elixir gives you an attack, but not an extra attack, am I right? It gives you an action point. In Honor mode, that extra action point does not get extra attack. How'd you get 30 strength? The Slayer form has 25 base strength at character level 10. 2 extra from the Potion of Everlasting Vigor takes you to 27. 1 extra from Auntie Ethel's Boon, if you select Strength, takes you to 28. And then the Mirror of Loss selecting Strength takes you to 30. Isn't the Slayer giving you 27 strength? No, the Slayer is giving me 25, plus 2 to 27, plus 1 to 28, plus 2 to 30. $30 is the strength cap in this game. Could go to 31, but it's hard-coded. It's a cap. Hey, Andy. Hey, David. In your experience, is being charmed as common as being frightened? No. So how do you prevent that? Don't attack things that charm you. Or bait their reactions first. So like Mind Flayer, Tadpole Charm, just bait their opportunity attack. And then they can't react with Tadpole Charm. Other than that, like Raphael's charm isn't actually a charm, but he can't do it if he's prone. You can do that. If you're Karlach, you get advantage against being charmed with your first upgrade and full immunity to being charmed with your second heart upgrade, so that's an option. The Calm Emotions spell removes and prevents charm. But charm is very uncommon. And even if you get charmed, it's not like you're being dominated, so you can't directly target the person who charmed you, but there's absolutely nothing stopping you from throwing a bomb at their feet. And such things. Still debating if I want to do Iron Vine. Maybe make it work. Sure. Raphael Charm nullified with Calm Emotions? I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not sure. I've never tried there. Usually my counter to Raphael is you don't get to stand up, or you are fearful. Nemesis, thank you for the 10 months. Much appreciated. How was your stream? You went live when I was, like, going to bed. So I wasn't able to hang out. Take Chromatic Orb, why not? I think I still take Long Strider here. Swap out something for Enhanced Sleep. So that I don't need to use my Druid slots on that. Pick up this, and I swap that out too. Still alive, all the dice are out to get me. Yeah, dice have been fucking with me a lot today too. What are you cooking right now? I did a very brief Bladesinger dip so we could do some big Scorching Ray stuff. We did a Fire Vulnerable 4th level Scorching Ray with Psionic Overload active and Spell Sparkler against a Hook Horror. They died. They were very, very dead. That was fun. We also did it to the Strange Ox, minus the Psionic Overload. It was good. But now I'm pivoting into Eldritch Knight. Why I'm playing Eldritch Knight must be a day that ends in Y. How much was that? 20d6 times 2 for the fire damage, and then 2d4 times 5 for the psychic damage. Or, you know, I guess not 2d4 times 5. 10d4 for the psychic damage. And 4 lightning damage. Yeah. Got inspired to do honor mode run with Swashbuckler. Hopefully I can get for the final boss. I believe in you. And hey, even if you can't, every reset is a lesson. Your goal when doing honor mode, in my opinion anyway, and everyone has their own interpretation of you know, what kind of goals to strive for. In my opinion, your goal is to not die to the last thing that killed you. If you PB even by 1 encounter, like you get past the thing that killed you and die to the very next fight, doesn't matter. You learned something. And if you continue to apply that across attempts, you will eventually beat the game, because there will be nothing left that can beat you if you learn how to counter everything. What do we rock here for our next feat? So I'm at the 20 strength bracket naturally. Thinking. I could take alert. Old reliable, you know? There's also Magic Initiate to fill out my spell list in a particular way, but Eldritch Knight luckily is able to pick up basically everything I care about in terms of cantrips and first level spells. I still have Thorn Whip from Druid, so I'm good on that front. Don't think this is a dual wielder run. Crossbow Expert could be fun by extra duration gaping wounds. Athlete's pretty great. I could athlete on Dex. Go fight Ethel. Haghair on Dex. That's 20 strength, 18 Dex. Really good yumps. That's certainly not bad. There's resilient Dex. Because that would apply while I'm wild shaped, though I'm not staying shaped for long. Polar Master, I quite enjoy. In theory, I could even use a Polar Master opportunity attack to capitalize on exposing bite if I wanted to play around that way. This also makes sense because I don't yet have War Magic. I want to give this some serious thought. Mage Slayer is something I'm considering. Great Weapon Master makes an amount of sense. Because if I'm automatically hitting, sure, the plus 10 isn't a dice roll, so it doesn't get doubled up, but if I'm automatically hitting, then I don't have to care as much about the accuracy penalty. How do we feel about Grey Weapon Master? It's also tough. Tough would take me up to 82 HP. Yeah, between tough, alert, and Great Weapon Master. Savage Attacker is certainly not bad either. I could also forego the 6th fighter level and go somewhere else for one level. Something about twin casting Hex, if one target remains alive, you're able to maintain 2 hexes at the same time. Sadly, hexing the target twice does not add another 1d6. Oh, so if you use your reapply while the first one's still going, the first one doesn't go away? Is that what you're saying? When in doubt alert? When in doubt alert is the rule of thumb. And it's a good rule to have. When in doubt alert. Now that I have alert, I don't need to be shackled to my vigilance elixir anymore. So this does open up other damage opportunities. Could go Bloodlust. Overall action economy. Could go Heroism, so that helps my accuracy in and out of wild shape. Colossus helps my damage out of wild shape, but not in. I don't really need to help my damage in wild shape, though. And Colossus gives me an extra die, so if I crit, that's 2d4. Get big. Only one reapply can be stored at a time, so okay way of thinking about it. Yeah.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
Big lady. That is big lady. We could do some very heavy great axe stuff. It's a D12. Repair. Gargantuan Cleave is interesting. It still does damage when it misses. Go back to this for a bit. I was lying when I said that. Defo adding Thief into the mix. Yeah, you have a lot of stuff going on in your bonus action in that build. It makes sense to me. Eldritch Knight, all roads bring you right back to me. You'll never escape.
Pray with me while we
The absolute war drums beat
It's
loud
just
in
too
your
good.
chest. How may I serve?
Almost afford that. Oh, I can sell Fireball. I didn't realize I still had garbage in my inventory. That does help. There we go.
To stand this close to her power. I never thought I'd make it.
I wouldn't have if not for the lantern bearer. I think the absolute grace is such a great.
Some tips on how to make Swashbuckler bonus action disarm become more accurate. Attack with advantage. Improve your attacking stat. Your attacking stat will be either strength or dexterity most of the time, depending on what weapon you're attacking with. With a weapon like this, it's strength. But if a weapon is finesse, such as this, and you'll want to use finesse weapons as a rogue so you can use your sneak attack, it'll be strength or dex, depending on which is higher. Now, I'm of the opinion that just have as much in both as you possibly can. So, increase both of those things. Use weapons that have weapon enchantments here. That's +1 to damage and accuracy for +1 weapon. Use diluted oil of sharpness or oil of accuracy on your weapon if you are not loving your hit rate. Pick up ability drain and attack with dexterity to lower someone's armor class by lowering their dexterity.
Sister, pray with me while we wait.
I mentioned attack with advantage, but I'm going to say it again.
If you're all right by Jahira, you're all right by me.
Tier lists in this game make no sense, so why do they keep popping up? Because people don't want to think, Alfredo GG. They want to be told, do this. Tier lists are popular for the same reason they're dog shit. They're dog shit because they leave no room for nuance, they give no context, and they are ultimately very, very subjective. But that's why people like them, because they don't want to form opinions of their own a lot of the time. They want to be told, do this. Brain off. That's not inherently wrong, because not everyone wants to think in their media consumption. But I encourage critical thinking, and tier lists suppress critical thinking. So, I am not a tier list fan. Also, content creators derogatory, gotta get their clicks somehow. There's a Pokemon creator that I occasionally watch videos of that does something that I quite respect. He'll make like tier list videos, but he will directly point out at the start of the video that it's slop for the algorithm. And like, I like that integrity. Chargebound Warhammer could be pretty saucy here, right? It's no rat bat, but if I want a one-handed weapon, this would be pretty saucy. Respect for the grind as long as you're honest? Exactly. Honesty is everything.
Abby. Yeah?
Deep sight narrows at nighttime.
What can I get you?
No ethical consumption, etc. Yep, yep. So one creator I used to watch for builds for I knew better just put out a patch 8 most fun class tier list, like most fun according to who? So that thing you just did of like questioning that, even for a second, questioning the framing, that is the step that most people don't take. And that is why things like tier lists are popular. Even something as simple as like acknowledging the idea that what you find fun might be different from what someone else's definition of fun is, and therefore quantifying most fun isn't possible unless you add that disclaimer. You know, that's a lost art.
How you doing, pal? Looking for some odds and ends?
It's impossible to have fun with the F tier classes. But here's the thing, as terrible as Bladesinger is, I had fun with it for like 10 minutes today. So, like, you can have fun with whatever. Really. I want that Scorching Ray scroll, but I don't think it's happening.
Right.
That's a friendly location.
Alright, Glomp, just a light tap here. You're going to experience a slight pinch.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Shit, Glomp, look behind you. Most advanced form of reasoning is assuming you don't know anything. Pretty common in a lot of philosophies or religions. I wish more people were open to the idea of
Welcome back.
having things to learn.
A good bargain. If anything in my private collection
There is absolutely no shame in not knowing something. And an unfortunate stigma that theory crafters have to deal with in a lot of communities is the idea that people who know things are elitist. Nobody who has half a clue what they're talking about will value that elitism over getting more people to think and giving themselves a better environment to theorycraft and by having more like-minded people around. Like, you could even view it as pure pragmatism. I like nerding out about mechanics, so I want more people to nerd out about mechanics with. Therefore, you think I'm gonna try to alienate people with something as stupid and self-sabotaging as elitism? No, fuck that. That's stupid. It's objectively stupid. But that's not how a lot of people assume theory crafters think, so. We're killing anti-intellectualism in 2025. The death of anti-intellectualism can't come soon enough. I am pessimistic when it comes to that, but I love your outlook. Bladesinger really that terrible? Yes. Still Wizard at the end of the day. It doesn't add much. Wizard's still one of the highest power class. Compared to... Like, Wizard's good, but we don't need to step into hyperbolic statements of, like, one of the highest power class, because, like, they're all powerful. But here's the thing about Wizard and Bladesinger. Bladesinger makes you weaker than baseline Wizard. That's why it's terrible. I'll expand on that after letting that breathe for a moment. To be able to use the Blade Song, you know, the feature that the class is named for, you cannot be wearing any gear that is heavier than light armor, you cannot use shields, and you cannot use most kinds of melee weapons. Otherwise, you can't blade sing. So, to remain able to blade sing, you have to gear in a way where you give up almost all sources of damage reduction in the game. You give up all critical hit immunity items before Act 3. You give up substantial amounts of armor class. You give up a lot of caster-focused items, such as quarterstaves. Yes, you can't use quarterstaves and blade sing. So, what are you getting from Blade Song? I'm glad you asked. Less AC than you would have gotten by gearing sensibly. So not only can you have more HP, more damage reduction, more armor class, critical hit immunity, more damage, more utility, more initiative, more movement speed, you can have all of that by wearing gear that you're specifically not allowed to use on a Bladesinger. You could be doing that on an Abjuration Wizard, who is tankier than Bladesinger while completely naked and doing absolutely nothing. Can you Bladesing with mage armor? Yes. So once again, 100% of people who tell you that Bladesinger is good are either projecting something onto it, like experience with tabletop, or taking other people's word for it, or they don't play the game. There are no exceptions. I don't like to speak in absolutes, but there's one. Yeah, let's go to the Gauntlet of Shar now, I think. Like, it doesn't make up for not being able to wear anything else, but I guess that's something. But like, here's the thing: you can do mage armor with a shield equipped. So other wizards could just be doing that. And have their critical hit immunity and have more armor class. And like, the shield slot, you can do a lot of things. You can pick up Shield of Devotion from Tally here for a cast of aid to increase your HP. Remember, wizards have the smallest hit die. They have the least HP of any class. So if you're a Bladesinger running around giving up your critical hit immunity, giving up your damage reduction, and you still have bad HP, you're just very vulnerable to getting one shot out of the game. But you could be any other kind of wizard. You could pick up Initiative from the Shield Lantarv cells, HP from the Shield Tally cells, critical hit immunity from the Adamantine Shield. 3 armor class from the Iron Bandit Shield. In Act 3, you could be using Swires as Sledboard for up to 7 physical damage reduction just from your shield slot. 7. You know how this Helldusk armor, the armor that people really say invalidates your runs if you're running around with it, because they think it's really good and they can't quite tell you why? This gives 3 damage reduction. Swires as Sledboard, a shield you can buy for less than 1,000 gold in Act 3, that nobody ever talks about, that Bladesinger can't use, gives you 7. Once again, Redditors, tier list YouTubers, comment section dwellers, they don't play the game. They don't know these things because you would have to play the game to absorb these things. It is a fundamental disconnect. You're not crazy. They just aren't making good faith arguments.
Anything you want to say?
Want to try the new subclass? Really kind of made me not want to. Yeah, I'd encourage trying it anyway. Here's the thing, you don't have to agree with me on whether something is fun. I can outline the mechanics all I want, and you can still be like, hey, I like the vibes, I want to play it anyway. Or, I understand what you're saying, but I think I could try to make some sort of concept work. Remember, all the shitting on Bladesinger I did play Bladesinger a bit today. I briefly multi-classed to have 6 levels of Wizard with my 2 levels of Druid, because Bladesinger was the only option with that number of levels that gave me Scorching Ray in my spell list, upcastable, gave me extra attack, gave me Booming Blade. That was the only option. Fiend Warlock was almost there, but with the nature of how I'm dipping in and out of Wild Shape, I needed a true extra attack. A lot of fun with Bladesinger, but that was from really knowing your limitations. Yeah.
Whoever you are, leave. I shall carry out General Form's will
alone. How is Alone spelled today, chat? Any updates?
What is that symbol supposed to mean?
On the Hell Dust thing, you do get it at level 3 and the DR is more impactful since your HP pool is smaller. It's not like you can brush it off like that. Well, here's the thing, Ace. I could go get Adamantine Splint at level 1 if I wanted to. Sorry, level 2, because by the time I get there, I've got enough XP. But I can go get Adamantine Splint and it's 1 DR less. What's your point? Adamantine Splint also takes care of critical hit immunity without needing outside help. And Adamantine Splint applies reeling when someone hits you, making them very unlikely to hit you twice in a row. Adamantine Splint also does not do the Helldusk retort thing, which can be good if you are trying to avoid things like your Call the Weak pulling you out of invis and hiding, if you're trying to avoid things like your Sanctuary breaking when you don't want it to. Three of you compared it with an Act 3 shield. I was comparing it off damage reduction numbers, but okay. That's valid. Sure. At this point, I only do early Helldusk for the 1400 XP more than anything else. Same.
An open tomb.
I'm just wearing it mostly out of spite right now. Because I've seen like 5 different people in the last week have some sort of weird take about it. And once again, they can't tell you why the armor's good.
That disc looks like it can move. But where does it lead?
Less can kill you. It can. It also doesn't help you do damage. And if in solo I'm running around, enemies aren't getting a chance to ever make an attack roll against me, did Helldusk help me?
Some sort of temple?
What are you doing, Jake? Come here.
Looks abandoned.
Also very detrimental to only one type of damage challenges. Also, even getting it early at all requires routing to do so. Getting it at the earliest opportunity locks you out of Infernal Robe, if that was an item that you wanted, and for a lot of retaliation builds, that is an item you want. Getting the sled board in Act 1 would be more impactful. It absolutely would be. Hey, doing Nailofa.
Be wary. This place is trapped. A voice. Is that Shara herself who speaks?
Follow my voice.
Can't wait for the release of BG4 where Quag will play as Origin Nettie with a Blade Singer Paladin dip. Gonna be a good tier list stream.
Here goes nothing. Trap. Be cautious.
I like it. Like Helldusk because it looks cool. Checkmate. Best argument. See, I used the B word. I know it's a good argument. Stage fright is too good with Helldusk. It's worth the Inferno Robe skip. Sometimes.
With a flick of the wrist.
I value Inferno Robe more highly on wild shape builds. I just didn't happen to do it this run. About a tier list? Tiers? Things that BG3 make us cry the most, either from a mechanics standpoint or story-wise. Oh, that'd be pretty good.
Always room for more.
An interesting thing I can do with Weapon Bond here in Eldritch Knight is I can throw a weapon to equip it. That may be some sauce. preparation sauce, maybe. Brace yourself. I could. Just roll good, I guess. In my current gear loadout, I would rather have adamantine splint on than Helldusk armor. Because I feel like I'm not getting value out of Grimskull Helm's fire resistance in this way, and adamantine splint would make things unlikely to hit me twice in a row. Especially if someone is doing something like, let's say a Moonrise Paladin hits you with Thunderous Smite and they react Divine Smite and you're wearing Adamantine Splint. They apply 6 turns of reeling to themselves. So their second attack, -6 to hit. Meaning they're less likely to land that second attack than they would be if you were wearing the Helldusk armor. You can push them to a point where they can't hit you at all without needing to AC stack. Yeah, multi-attack defense plus reeling is also really good. But I made adamantine scale because I'm not always going to have heavy armor proficiency on this character. So no splint this run.
Can't risk being in open view. Have to keep going.
Never got the Infernal Robe. Killing Karlach's not something I can do. It's something that makes me feel really bad, and I'm glad that I've been doing it less lately. Now that we have some pretty consistent ways to get Boal's Benediction solo without a sacrifice, I haven't really been killing Karlach. Between that and being able to do very early Helldusk thanks to her, I'm like, eh. It's a great item, though. Back to that Blade Singer convo. Infernal Robe is an item you should absolutely target if you plan on doing a Blade Song compatible Blade Singer. Because it is a base 11 AC piece of clothing that gives you fire resistance and even gives you a leveled spell you can cast. A 4th level spell. Stress for balls without a sacrifice. So the short explanation is you need to move Puldrip the Zealous out of the area where the dialogue happens for you walking in, and then you pickpocket the sickle from Puldrip. So easiest way, Minor Illusion and pickpocket. And you can keep doing it until it works. Do not trigger crime response dialogue though. So like if you get caught, start a fight right away. And then flee the combat. You just do that until you get the sickle. Ideally, you get it on the first try. It's only DC 16, I think, to steal. And then you just walk into the dialogue trigger. If Puldrip does not have the sickle, when you pick any dialogue option that would give you the sickle, you get the blessing instead. And you get the full XP for getting the blessing. So the same XP you would get for a sacrifice. So Minor Illusion, couple Invis Pots, Gloves of Thievery, Guidance, Smuggler's Ring. Pretty straightforward. Most offensively oriented conditions applicable to martial characters thought Reverb not as easy to apply as a caster character. And Reverb is very easy to apply as a caster character, right? I wouldn't say it's Reverb on either of them, and I think that's still a super situational thing. Because, like, I could throw on Ballast Armor and apply Aura of Murder for Piercing Vuln. That applies for casters and for marshals, and, like, that's obviously a very big thing, but I could also say Resonant Stone Steeped in Bliss is a candidate there. I could say Arsonist Oil for Fire Vuln is a thing there. I could say Wet for Lightning and Cold is a thing there. Like, unlucky. It's fine. Come back later. How do you avoid the crime response dialogue? Skip straight to fight. You just make sure you're, like, when you fail the pickpocket, it'll just be like, you picked the fight. Just do that. It's you don't want to, like, pickpocket and then trigger them to look for you. You don't want to, like, hit someone and have them searching the area. You just want to pickpocket and do your thing. What's up with my luck today? It's really bad today, isn't it? Do not see me.
You upset.
And rogues, so no extra attack. This thing I would one attack to make it work. Why do you think you have to attack to apply reverb? Per round? No. It just means you don't get 2 attacks per 1 action per round. Still have haste, you still have bloodlust. You still have attacks that you can make with your bonus action. You know the difference in attacks that a fighter at level 5, where they get extra attack, has versus a rogue at level 5? Unless you pop Action Surge. 1. Difference of 1 attack. So if you're doing absolutely nothing for your action economy, sure, that's the difference between making 2 attacks and making 3 attacks, assuming you're attacking with your bonus action, which you should be. You mentioned Swashbuckler, so you already get 2 attacks per round. Action, bonus action. But what if you aced yourself? What if you used an Elixir of Bloodlust? Haste, Bloodlust, and attacking with your bonus action, because again, you're a Swashbuckler. You could be attacking 4 times per round. But also, back to the other question, why do you think you need to attack to apply reverb? It doesn't say you have to attack.
One day, I'll catch a break.
That's the thing with a lot of the rogue discussion. The framing is not thought through. It is an emotional response to the perception of having a toy taken away, rather than a logical exploration of what you actually have available. Applying ability during Dex to apply reverb, still in Act 1, don't know other ways in Act 1. Any condition. So, lighting someone on fire, condition. Making someone bleed, condition. Knocking someone prone, condition. The reverb boots in particular are rather infamous because the reverb boots will consider things that you won't think of as a condition to be a condition. Making someone do a dodge animation after you attack them, that's a condition. You doing a dodge animation after they attacked you, believe it or not, condition. If you're using adamantine armor or shield and you apply reeling to someone, that also works. Like, applying reverb is very easy. Failing to hide, condition. Successfully hiding, condition. Kiss them on the lips, condition. Oh no. Better not give me any conditions, Sal. That'd be so bad. I would definitely be reverbed. I would never. Fellas, is it gay if two friends applied conditions to each other? Yes. But let's do that because of that. Oh, they okay. Need to get adamantine shield or armor. It's an option. I do recommend adamantine shield. Just for like every playthrough, really. I got the urge. The urge to surge. Just barrel stuff and arrow of lightning on this. Hey, we should just crit. Should, yeah. Do I care? I mean, good job rolling fucking 20. Hold another 20. Why we blade warded? Another 20. They are attacking with advantage, I suppose. So. Which one is it? They have a passive. Or maybe they're just attacking from shadows, actually. It's pretty dark over there. But they have advantage. Okay. Look at the boy. What is the boy doing? Let's make him little. Look at the little guy. Perfect. So with Elixir of Bloodlust here, like I mentioned, that's an additional action. So I was able to make my 2 attacks and Blade Ward. I'm also not using my bonus action. If I was playing a build where I was dual wielding, I'd be able to make that attack with my bonus action too. I want to learn how to use Wrap-Out effectively. Shadowblade Thief is just so damn silly. Well, fortunately, unless you're getting Redstone early with the Braincat jump, Rat-Bat is online before Shadowblade Pistone is. So you have basically all of Act 2 to familiarize yourself with what makes it tick. And you could go do what I do in my routing and go explore the Shadow Curse lands before ever going to the Mountain Pass. I haven't even done Grimforge yet either, and you could have Rat-Bat for like most of the game. That'll give you a lot of time. Basically, the thing you want to lean into is it's 2 instances. Or run them already in Act 3 is always the next one. Yeah. I'm using Coruscation Ring here to apply Radiating Orbs, so the melee ones can't hit me. Because they already can only hit me on a 20. But if I apply even 1 Radiating Orb, makes it so they cannot hit me. So functionally, Coruscation Ring is doing way more than Ring of Protection, provided I'm able to land hits. All the weak stole my Bloodlust there. It's unfortunate, but it's bound to happen. Yeah, for the uninitiated, the Rat-Bat, praise be, is one of the strongest weapons in the game. It is very hard for a individual weapon to beat out the Rat-Bat's output. Unless we're talking bows. Among melee weapons, it is truly absurd. Lol. Now that you're lol, I can throw you, like, even farther. I can already throw you pretty far, too. Anything overhead I could throw you at? That'd be funny. Ooh, any of those? No? Sad. No juicy hangers anywhere? What about ballast armor piercing damage? It's very good. It works on the second instance of Rat-Bat. I usually use it for my Act 3 Rat-Bat setups. Because you could do something like Mutilated Carapace to boost both instances by a flat 1. But I like Ballast Armor because it's a 14 AC light armor, so it's high AC. It's +2 initiative, and then you do get Aura of Murder, doubling up the damage of the piercing instance. You can also, of course, still just use defensive gear in that slot. If you wanted to do that. You could use Potent Robe if you're doing Booming Blade stuff. Because Potent Robe will then apply to the damage dealt. And that's quite nice if you have enough charisma. Here, how come the Fire and Cold Riders aren't also in the piercing damage? Because the bonus piercing is not a full attack. The way most damage riders work is they look for you doing an attack roll, or they look at the, like, card damage of the weapon. The piercing damage isn't here on the card, so these things won't see it. But there are other boosts we can apply. I don't have it right now, but the Ring of Elemental Infusion, for example, that goes on every instance that is part of the attack that you land that consumes the effect. So, Ring of Elemental Infusion would apply to each. Piercing instance is kind of like a Crater Flush situation. It's exactly like a Crater Flush situation. Except it also gets Crater Flush if you were to be doing that. So. Something like a Callous Glow ring that goes on all of your damage. Doesn't care what it is. If it's damage attributed to you, it goes on it. You get Callous Glow separately on both instances of the Rat-Bat. Lightning Charges you get on both instances. Psionic Overload goes on all instances of damage that happen on an attack roll if the damage can be attributed to you. So this means that Psionic Overload applies to spell attack rolls, weapon attack rolls, throw attack rolls, unarmed attack rolls, retaliation effects, but then it also applies to the Rat-Bat second instance. Crater Flush, Bark-Rise of the Rat-Bat crit? Yeah. Same as with special arrow crits. Did you mean for the stream name to tie into the Rat-Bat? No, but it kind of works, Doge. That was a happy accident. Yeah, keep in mind that the Crater Flush discussion, going back to that, like, I did one-shot the brain with 1 stack of FPS with the Rat-Bat because of that. So you have Instance 1, Instance 2, Crater Flush Instance 1, Crater Flush Instance 2, 1 FPS on each of those, Psychic Vuln, Aura of Murder doubling the Piercing instance. It's a 3-hit on the brain without FPS if you are not going super out of your way with damage stuff. Been meaning to do a segment explaining damage. I think it's worth your time. We're gonna go in here and we're gonna Booming Blade even though there's silence because it still benefits me by applying radiating orbs. These guys don't have enough HP for me to prioritize doing exposing bite stuff. Just want to plan a bit first since it's a lot. Yeah, you probably want a script for that. Athletics failed. Picking up a book cucumbered me. That's somehow relatable. Forgot to coat my weapon. That's silly of me.
With haste.
The way I like to visualize it, it's like a train where the wagons are the DRS, and within each wagon you have different riders within it. That's a good visual aid. I like that. There's darkness here. Just do that. Is that the batter of rats we praise in? Yeah. The knowledge weighed heavily on me. Good one. Never stop laughing at Ratbat Call the Week. Oh yeah, because Ratbat is hitting twice, you are getting 2 Call the Week explosions. If not more, depending on what you're actually doing. But, you know, when you damage corpses, you trigger Call the Week explosions. Well, Ratbat does this. Multi-bombing does this. Lots of things do it. But Ratbat is one of the weapons that does it the easiest and the most consistently. So, especially once you get Resonance Stone later on, if you have a tightly grouped pack of enemies, you can get a lot of damage out of Call the Weak itself against the survivors whenever you kill someone. This goes even crazier if you're a hunter, for example, doing a Horde Breaker or Whirlwind Attack and you're hitting multiple at once. You can, I could kill each of these enemies off Call the Weak triggers alone. Let's put it that way. Like, Call the Weak from someone next to them, killing them. Unfortunate. Call the Weak do be stealing my kills here. Alright, I don't actually care. Let them hit. Bro, just let me hit. They hit me like once, twice. I have decent AC, but nothing crazy. I could have 1 more, 2 more, 3 more. 5 more. Yeah, I could have 5 more. Stingy with it. Call the weak on the Shambling Mountains Friends goes hard. It does. Bad Bow of the Banshee is my favorite Hunter Ranger playthrough. Good taste, cheap Avenger. I like it. Hit it on Booming Blade there. Not like I need it. Evan, what am I eating today? What do you think? A hunter must hunt. Crazy to me, so many people mainly Reddit don't understand how good Hunter is because they haven't played it. It goes back to something I've been saying a lot lately, and I'm going to keep repeating it. People over there don't play the game. They say things that are not based on having played the game. This is why they claim Hunter doesn't have value until high levels, or they just ignore those features entirely because they don't know about them, because they haven't played it. Like, this is why they imagine things like, that, oh, you don't need alert, it's actually bad if you have 16 decks, because that's enough initiative. Like, no, it isn't. Like, there's no way to make those numbers work. But you will have people absolutely willing to die on the hill that, yeah, no, you can be fine and not even consider the value of taking alert against, like, your gear with your 16 decks and no other initiative bonuses. It'll be fine. It's like, sure, you can technically be fine. Remember, I beat the game level 1-2 characters. I've done jack of all trades. I've used non-alert setups on lots of runs. You can absolutely make it work. However, the value of being able to beat him in initiative by just taking that feat and gearing remotely intelligently, and then just blowing him up before he gets to do anything, that is valuable. It is delusion to believe otherwise. But that's delusion born of not having played the game. This is also why you'll see weird things that are like gameplay mechanic tips that just aren't true. Like, oh, if you silence Raphael, he stops singing. You can test that immediately by just clicking silence, and he keeps singing. But people keep saying that. Can your gear kill you in one turn? Absolutely.
What can silence the night song?
You know Mazora has a necklace? I haven't ever been able to find it, but I'll keep looking. Hey, Jor. Can easily kill you in one turn. Doesn't even need to make an attack roll. Throws his bombs on the ground. Yep. Like, even if Yurgir himself doesn't, if the Marigans aren't surprised and they get turns, they will prioritize either attacking the bombs that are near you or throwing the bombs at you. And then the Displacer Beast prioritizes putting you in a position where the Marigans can shove you off a cliff. So, like, it's fully possible for you to have the worst case turn where you get surprised by wandering into the encounter. Your gear throws his bombs at you. They hit you. They knock you prone. Then, you're prone surrounded by bombs. The Americans take turns shooting the bombs near you, and if you somehow survive those, the Displacer Beast runs up to you, displaces you, which does psychic damage even if you succeed the saving throw, to a cliff, at which point, if you lost initiative and you were surprised, well, by the time you get another turn, if your gear somehow doesn't kill you, if you are somehow still alive, then each American will have the opportunity to attack you twice and shove you off the cliff. Also, not even considering, like Baneblade mentioned, the Hoarding American is a vendor that has scrolls, and they are willing to use those scrolls. So the Hoarding American could be like, hey, I'm gonna disintegrate you now. GG. Your gear is dangerous. Every enemy in that encounter is dangerous. Unless it's a literal meme or creative project like fan art, I take everything I see on Reddit with enough salt to preserve an entire fucking fish market. Hey, Reddit tech support's pretty good. You ever have a PC issue, there's probably a Reddit thread from 10 years ago that has spelled out the exact fix. Always by a deleted user. I mean, never mind, I found a solution. Also, guaranteeing you go first, just a great insurance policy if you accidentally start a combat unprepared, for sure. It also helps you if you're stealing from vendors, for example, and you fail and you enter a combat, well, you can just nope out. Like, there's lots of reasons why initiative and having control over the turn order is very, very good.
Tremors, like a child at her first idiotry.
Wonder if walking into the throne room wild shapes breaks the cutscene. Probably, huh?
I don't need any attention right now. That's a friendly-looking shadow.
Show yourself, she says. I don't know why sometimes she cares about this and sometimes she doesn't.
With haste.
Other way, free potion.
Don't mind if I do.
Almost any game, the best defense is make sure the enemy's dead before they can do anything. You can apply that to so many games, like even in board games and card games. Going first is often a massive advantage. Like, it's super basic. Some turn-based games nerf your opening options as a result. Like Keyforge, I'm not familiar, but that doesn't surprise me. How you doing, my own sling?
I will not be slandered.
Your day's going well? Yeah, it's going okay. Despite everything, I have a soft spot for BG3 builds. Did see spell tier list there the other day, put Contagion in D tier. I was like, guys, I just can't with this. It all goes back to the same point, Jor. And I'm glad you find enjoyment and value in a space where some people definitely worked hard, even if they are misguided. It is not without its value, but like it goes back to that point that I've been making a lot, where it comes from you could not possibly have played the game to have this take. Nobody who has used Contagion could think that Contagion goes in D tier. Like, it just doesn't make sense. So, it's people who haven't used the thing speaking with authority on the subject. And it's like, that's so intellectually dishonest. Hey Zenwu, having lunch yet? Yeah, I'm ordering lunch now. Ever tried stacking Angelic or Free potions with a Raj, similar to the way you do with Ethel's Hill Giant potions? She doesn't sell them, so I don't know how that would work. Like, she's only got the one on her desk. The reason it works with Ethel is because Ethel always stocks 3 Hill Giant elixirs, so you can just keep merging them into that.
Slow, disciple Zarel. Be creative. A new true soul come to share their wisdom? And what do you have to contribute?
Nothing wrong with saying I haven't used Contagion, can't have a proper informed opinion on it. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Part of the reason why I hesitate to downplay certain class features that have been introduced in patch 8 is because I still have not yet played with all of them. Like Glamour Bard, I hesitate to believe Glamour Bard is as bad as some people say it is because I have not had first-hand experience with it yet, and I have some ideas of how it could be used effectively. So I'm not on board with calling it like the worst class, because at worst you're a bard with no subclass, and unlike something like Bladesinger, something like Paladin, you don't have ways to get weaker than your baseline, whereas those do. So it can't be worst because of that. At least not by any objective metric.
A pity, then, that her faith was so inadequate. Take her below.
No! Please!
Most food tier lists all come with that haven't tried a category. How can there be food tier lists? Like, food is... I mean, it doesn't surprise me, but food is like the most subjective thing ever.
Kill the goblins, too.
What? No! You creaking old bag of shit!
I'm so sorry, my lord. She's an unbeliever outside my control.
Try again.
No.
Dispose of the rest as you see fit. Or better yet, put that true soul to use. You have far more important matters to attend to.
Glamour Bard's good. It's much better at a full party. I totally believe that, yeah.
Thank you.
Valor Bard. Some of its features are very good, but require having something to use them on other than yourself. So there's less value in solo. The Glamour and Valor are in the same boat in that regard.
Do. Have fun. Here in the seat of the Absolute's power, your authority over them is complete. They will obey any command. Report to me upstairs when you're done.
So we get Mark's girlfriend's in trouble. Oh no, his AirPods are in, he can't hear us.
We've been nothing but loyal.
It'll be motivation for him during the powerlifting hour. Can't fight me. I want XP. Not only do people not experimented or played, even asking people to read something is a big ask these days. Yeah, great example is a few months back I saw a thread of someone was complaining like they wished Oren's clothes were stronger, and then reading through the comments, it was filled with people who were going like, but it just helps with persuasion. What do you need that for at that point in the game? They didn't read the item because the persuasion isn't even the first thing it tells you. The damage thing is the first thing it tells you. They literally did not read it. Like, recently learned the damage version of combat inspirations at DRS. Huge shame you can't inspire yourself though. Yeah, that's actually insane. I didn't even know that, Jor. You taught me that today. So, like, can you combat inspiration on summons, at least? Like, that could be really good. Because that means you could rock, like, Necromancy Wizard, Valor Bard, set up paralysis on enemies, and then have, like, your skellies auto-crit them. And the Undead Thralls bonus would apply separately to the combat inspiration. And yeah, skeletons have weapons, so it would work for them. Like, that's really fucking good. But it's just clothing by AC. See, they believe that while simultaneously believing Bladesinger has good AC. Bladesinger has to use clothing. It's fascinating doublethink. Pre-inspire all 3 skellies for a big Nova turn? Ooh, you could. I like that concept a lot, actually.
It's been a long day. I'll need to rest soon.
Hey, Pedro. Hope you're well.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
We get real toxic here. What scrolls we got? I can do a big force crit chromatic orb. That could be funny. Like, I could drink a cultivation elixir to do a 3rd level chromatic orb here. Like, we're gonna action search. We know that already. Let's go for big wrap out, I think.
Another trick up my sleeve.
Alright, goodbye. You can see Psionic Overload went on both instances.
Need to find a way forward.
Read an occasional post like, hey, Zamir's Bladesinger not that good? People will gaslight the person Bladesinger is the best thing in patch 8. Yep.
I didn't think anyone would come. I will pretend the enteric lead the...
Close fight.
In your name.
Dara wasted one of her spell slots, tragically. Do I not have an Invis scroll? Swore I did.
No one back home will ever believe this. Time to press ahead. I'll give it a shot.
Okay, what if... I'm sorry, I'm still thinking about the combat inspiration thing. What if this is another Oathbreaker angle, where you do Oathbreaker control undead stuff? To have, like, a really strong ally.
As the artifact connects with her,
You could do combat inspo on.
and showing her all that you have seen. The prism.
Because, like, combat inspo on
the protection
Shadow Cursed
keeps you from
Undead
being
Karnas,
absolute and becoming
or on Shadow Cursed Undead Strange Ox, that's, like, insane damage, right? Because Shadow Cursed Undead goes on all instances, including DRS.
Do you have a safe place to camp?
Strange Ox's Pseudopod Lash is already 2 instances. It's bludgeoning, and then the separate acid that hits even if it misses. Arnis has regular damage instance, and then he's got the bonus slashing against targets below 50%. Shadow Curse Undead goes on all instances, so it would go on all 3. Using combat inspiration with Cap of Cure and heal them, but it not work because they're undead. It probably wouldn't work because they're undead. Probably. And to my knowledge, the healing from Cap of Curing doesn't trigger things like Hellrider's Pride and Whispering Promise. Which could maybe mean that maybe it does heal undead. I've just never tried to inspire an undead ally that I can remember anyway. Not with that item on. Yeah, that is a noble inspo.
It does. We must eradicate them. Swear that you will keep. Rest well. You wish to consult me? A mistake. When you.
Gale's snack cap, yeah. Don't want to turn in that Wither's quest yet. Do that for now. Definitely gonna do exposing bite stuff on Zorel, right? Guess Broodmother's Revenge makes sense for that. Gross. I haven't done the prison break yet. Oh, I forgot. I want to region travel and get exposing bite back. Region Traveling does not give you wild shape charges back, but it does refresh the cooldown on exposing bite, so I can still get 2 bites per short rest. As long as I have somewhere to go. Hopefully I don't get too comfy on Fighter here, because I do still want to do the Bard stuff, but it's more so once Magical Secrets comes online. And that's not till 10 for swords, so...
How much further can I go?
Even then, doing that, I would be missing a lot of gear proficiencies I want. Okay. There is the idea of going Barbarian at level 11. 9 Barb, 2 Druid, Brutal Critical.
Best be on my way.
Most fun build for me? I don't know, whatever I'm most interested in at the time, it changes. I do a different build almost every run. Rarely do I do repeats. So, I've done a lot, and my interests shift. Did like the Reddit post is like I tried 4 pure class fighters for my party. They pretty much cruised through the whole game. Like, why wouldn't they? I don't understand the thought processes that these people have sometimes. I guess it's from the gamer perspective of assuming something is bad to begin with, and then trying to confirm that bias. Like, why not start from the assumption that things are decent and then adjust upwards or downwards? Like, I don't know, maybe that's too open-minded.
General Thorm's prayers and preparation.
Even you
Excellent. The goblin. No. I see
Ow.
underlings physically.
Sorry. It's a patch 7 thing.
Every emotion soaks into her mind's palette.
Course, she gave me everything, but that's it. But we have lost contact with him.
Exactly, was this relic?
Nervous,
Got the insight.
on edge. Talking about the relic makes her anxious.
I need to get that. I can go for Detect Thoughts in the office.
I don't get anxious. I get impatient. But
Rudder of Mind and Body could be pretty good here. Do hope I get this.
so why are you here? Oh, good. I love answering questions. Whatever Balthazar is looking for. Fine. Talk to the Bugbear Quarter.
Got it.
A good opportunity. Better be cautious. Breathe quietly. Move with care.
Wasn't fast enough to keep the fire dip, that's fine. So we got this. Not bad. Sure.
There's an illithid parasite in that corpse.
Forgot to enlarge
You should
myself
take
too.
a look.
Thought about doing Witch Bolt Destructive Wrath in this playthrough.
Very well.
No, but that's pretty vile. Yeah, like just guaranteed crit max roll 6th level Witch Bolt is technically an option. What is the scaling of Witch Bolt? To D10 per spell slot, right? You think she drops D12? You think she drops Wild Shape so fast she still bits of Zarel in her mouth? I want bits of Zarel in my mouth. Which bits? That's her choice. Yeah, no, Destructive Wrath Witch Bolt goes crazy with this tech. I do think that just the 2 Druid and use Exposing Bite part of this, you can adapt this into all sorts of builds. And notably, that is something that you can benefit from in the ubiquitous 2 stars Druid dip that when patch 8 came out, I specifically said that I think we're going to see 2 stars in a lot more builds. There's an example. You okay?
May the gods take you first.
Hello. Goodbye. Stop clock. Okay, so who had 4 hours of the stream before Quag seriously considered dipping a cleric yet again? Wow, it did take 4 hours this time. Maybe I can be rehabilitated. It's a lie. We all know I can't.
It's been a long day. I'll need to rest soon.
It has been a long day. It's been a long day. You get food? I ordered. Let's see how close it is. Oh, map sucks that it's not showing me what I wanted to show me. There we go. Yeah. Should be here in 1 minute.
Can't risk being in open view. Time to press ahead.
Stand, soldier. These are the General's private quarters.
Pizza time.
Just be
How much farther can I go?
Fire just lets you beat her to death. Yep.
Don't want to draw any attention.
As long as you pass the dialogue. Forgot to find my weapon. No, I didn't. I have this spell.
Here goes nothing. Swift as my feet can carry me. Let's have a look.
BG3 lets you get away with everything you wish your tabletop DM let you do. I'd like to roll persuasion to let me murder them. Okay, so how do you want to do this? Your THW. Hope all's well? Yeah, it's going okay. Question for BG3 aficionado: does the amount of damage you receive affect whether or not your concentration is broken? Yes. I've had a character with Warcaster feat have concentration broken a couple times for things like walking through fire, just unlucky to receiving 1 damage lead to same roll as 50 damage. So it is DC 10 or half the damage you received. I don't remember the formula. If you take enough damage, it's higher than DC 10. So taking big damage can make it a hard concentration check. I'm sure someone here has the formula offhand. My food's here. I'll be right back. I'm back. Yeah, it's half damage or DC 10, whichever's higher. Thank you for confirming. Yeah. Concentration, at least in the bounds of BG3. Usually my answer to it is just don't take the damage. All damage is avoidable, but sometimes take it a little bit is going to happen, especially with certain strategies. The magic number is you want to be at +8 and advantage. That means you will only fail if you double roll once. Provided the DC is still at 10. Now, if the DC goes above 10, obviously that magic threshold is going to shift. But that's where the value of things like damage reduction that I talk about all the time helps a lot, because that can help keep that damage low enough to keep the DC at 10. If you're anticipating taking a really, really big hit, consider Circle of Stars Druid while you were in dragon form. Sorry, form dragon. Any roll you do or maintaining your concentration that is below a 10 is treated as a 10. So it's like reliable talent, but for con saves. So this means that, let's say you took enough damage to make it a DC 15. Well, you would only need +5 on your bonuses to continue to maintain your concentration. As a Star Druid. So, because of that, Circle of Stars Druid in Dragon form, your concentration is functionally unbreakable. Like, you're more likely to die than you are to drop your concentration. Rat Bat build again? Yeah, well, it's just so good. Bit much wasabi on that one. Ooh. It hurts so good, though, chat. I'm crying in the club. But I love it. Thinking through pieces of gear that are upgrades for the build right now. Ring of Elemental Infusion, which I tend to delay getting until level 9, because I don't like hitting the Crush Exploration spot too early. But maybe I, as a Rat Bat, maybe I allow myself to go hit that spot. Noted, thanks. I've yet to try a Druid build, even dip at all my solo honor runs. Have to consider after not a current Swashbuckler run. Sounds good. Yeah, I recommend it. Both trying Druid, just as a pure class, but also dips. I'm doing a 2-moon dip on this build. It opens up some interesting tech. But there are very few builds that are not improved by taking 2 stars or 2 spores. Like, the subclasses are that good. You know how people will frequently mention, like, oh, I'm going to take a 2 fighter dip for Action Surge? Stars Druid dip is, like, better than that. I would say Spores dip is on par with that. Because you get, your Druid spell casting, so that's a bunch of good cantrips. Thorn Whip is a great combat opener. Guidance Resistance are awesome. Shillelagh can be good depending on what strategy you're using. You get Enhanced Leap, Longstrider, Create Water, Thunder Wave, Ice Knife, Harm Person, Speak with Animals. Some of those more useful than others, but all of them are useful in at least some capacity. You get the basic wild shapes. Cat being Minor Illusion at home. Wolf being you crit on whatever you want. You get Druid dialogue options, which there's a lot of favorable ones in Act 1 in particular. If you don't already have medium armor proficiency and shield proficiency, you get that from Druid. And then for subclass features at 2, Spores, you get Halo Spores, which is an offensive reaction that you can use to destroy objects, which means it's really good for action economy stuff. You get Symbiotic Entity, which is damage. You also pick up Bone Chill, which is a cantrip druids normally don't have. And for stars, you get a bunch of uses of Guiding Bolt per day, and you get the Starry Forms, which Dragon and Archer are really good. Chalice, I don't really give a shit about Chalice because LOL healing, but like, you know, it's good. What are some favorite spells to concentrate on with Dragon Form? Haste is an obvious one. Feel there must be others suddenly become viable. Hex and Retaliation builds. So, Hex applies to all of those effects, you know, Armor of Agathis, Fire Shield, all of those that hit someone when they hit you. Hex applies to each one individually, but obviously, if you're taking a hit, maintaining your concentration can be difficult. Well, with Starry Form, doesn't matter how hard they hit you, not really. You're just gonna keep your concentration. You can concentrate on damaging AoEs and then stand in them without having immunity necessarily. So you could concentrate on spike growth, and then if you need to take a couple steps into it to position yourself perfectly, you can do that and your concentration won't be at risk. Hex and Hunter's Mark are a lot easier to sustain across a long rest if they're never at risk of breaking. You just use one spell slot for the entire day, at least for that purpose. Flaming Sphere is a spell most people don't give the time of day, because it's a summon that you have to concentrate on and has bad movement. Its damage isn't particularly noteworthy. But the thing about Flaming Sphere, if you don't have to worry about your concentration dropping, it becomes able to stick around a lot more consistently. And just look at Flaming Sphere's resistances and immunities. Immunities more so. That thing's hard to remove. Here, let me pull it up. So, physical resistance, magical and non-magical, poison resistance, lightning resistance, psychic immunity, poison, or not, excuse me, yeah, it's poison immune, it's acid resistant, poison immunity, necrotic, and fire immunity. So it's got 4 damage immunities and 4 damage resistances. You could stick a flaming sphere in a location where Merkel's like, hey, I'm gonna gaze of the dead you. Takes no damage. Necromites can't remove it. If Merkel can't hit it with his scythe, he can't remove it either. You can park it on the lava during the Grim fight. It's another fun application. Anywhere Hunter's Mark applies, Hex doesn't. Yeah, Stormkeeper, Beastmaster. More conventionally, Hunter's Mark will match the damage type of the weapon that you're doing, whereas Hex is always necrotic. So if something's necrotic resistant or immune, there are cases where Hunter's Mark can work out to be more damage. Similarly, if you're applying a Vuln, but not playing to like a Crater Flesh Gloves angle, then Hunter's Mark can work out to be more damage, depending on the weapon. I don't know if this is true for Hex below Honor Mode, because, you know, I only play Honor Mode. But below Honor Mode, Hunter's Mark is a DRS. Including on throws. Thanks to the Fire Snake. That's Hex and not Hunter's Mark. Bangs is unarmed. Hunter's Mark is for weapon and throw.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I... The Absolute took a liking to you, did she?
Watch yourself. She breaks her toys once she's done with them.
Hope so, man. I hope so. I should buy Sentinel Shield, but I'm going to allow myself to not do that for a bit. Horrible decision. I'm doing it anyway. Let's buy Chargebound Warhammer from Damon. It's not going to be quite Rat Bat level, but for when I want to one-hand a weapon, it's going to be very hard for me to beat that.
I'll be here if you need.
Look at that. If you were to take the items at face value, Chargebound Hammer does more than Ratbat, even with Ratbat having Elemental Weapon and Chargebound Hammer not. But that's why you have to factor in the Ratbat's effects the same way you are factoring in the Chargebound Warhammer's effects, and the Ratbat has that extra instance, so it still works out to be more damage. But, as I mentioned, Chargebound Warhammer, I can one-hand it.
If you're all right by Jaheira, you're all right by me.
Am I doing on bombs? Doing okay. Should have gotten Tally Attitude. No, I didn't really have money at the time. That's fine. Conjure Elemental. That's spicy.
Tick.
Is it time for me to go get Elemental Infusion, do we think?
Wary. I need your senses sharp.
Welcome back. Are you
I feel like I want more invis for wolf openers. Side note, wolf opener would absolutely be my porn star name. Any thoughts? Evasive shoes? Sure. I got money.
Pleasure. Premium trinkets and doodahs.
No, I haven't done Bird Forge yet. I keep forgetting. Do it eventually. Maybe.
Jaheira wants to know about supplies. Will we make it home?
Yeah, let's go to the crush. Is this an awakened build? Am I going to use the Zathis? It conflicts with Moon, but plays out favorably if I were to switch the Moon Dip for Spores or Stars later. A little conflicted on that. Don't have to decide for a while. That chest always has some special arrows and an elixir of vigilance. The tier 1 exploration spot we just hit. I think I'm gonna fight right away here. Forgot I don't have these tools. I used them all. Volo.
I was just settling in and reviewing my latest findings. Mind flayers, cultists, and, of course, your esteemed company.
Yeah, I was saving that. For gore.
A couple turns should do it.
Been released from work early? Let's go. The Archer is definitely scarier, but this is juicy.
Seems you aren't.
Kind of not at all how that was supposed to go. We're supposed to aggro. That's fine. Alright, I'm not gonna hit any of my attack rolls, but that was my decision. Look at his attack roll there. I got a few stacks of strength drain on him. Lowered his strength mod from +3 to +2. Or +4? No, you weren't at 18. You were at 17. Yeah, from +3 to +2. Radiating orbs, he had 4. Yeah. He could have still hit me on a 20. So maybe I'd do evasive shoes for a bit. Tavern Brawler. I throw stuff.
But that will fit in my pack.
For a spot.
There's a high price for.
Oh, hi. Oh, it's because I didn't go to the waypoint. That's fun. Yeah, if you invis pass over into the waypoint, they're just kind of chill with you being here. I had never actually done this the way that I just did. But this is why me preemptively equipping the Ring of Free Action just in case was good, because that likely saves my life here. I think the most fun I've had is throwing the enemies at one another. Yeah. I enjoyed that too. This is the advantage of mode. I can wild shape, exposing bite, drop wild shape. There's my crit. Yeah, exposing bite lets you just force a crit whenever you want it. It's a once per short rest cooldown. And you get 2 wild shape charges at druid level 2. But exposing bite does come back on region travel, so you can get 2 crits per short rest. It's first rule of Bite Club. Oh, yep, sorry, I'm talking about it. How you doing, Jay? We have Luck of the Far Realms at home.
The corpse regards you.
Yeah, I mean, Luck of the Far Realms once per long rest. Exposing Bite twice per short rest. It isn't Luck of the Far Realms exposing Bite at home?
Took a new path. Decided to. Powerful relic hidden. Even
the spell.
But I can get you live and loving the VOD. It's hard to keep up. I'm still on abnormal. I do go through runs pretty quickly. I don't know, too many different things I want to try, so I'd sort of blast through. And 6, 7, 8 hour sessions. Yeah, that does do that. But I hope you've been enjoying. I mean, you said you've been loving them, but hope abnormal in particular is lived up to expectations. I was very excited for that one. Put a lot of thought into it.
Let's get this over with.
I'd heard this place.
2 crits worth it rather than crit roll decrease stacking with Fury. Get much more crits that way. In theory. Here's the thing I value as a honor mode challenge runner raid. Consistency. Yes, having critical hit threshold reductions, especially multiple, especially when you're also attacking with advantage, can massively increase your crit rate over time to the point where the math supports that you are just going to hit at least a couple of crits per combat. But the value of being able to guarantee one, bypassing any chance of me missing my attacks, and allowing me to just focus on getting my damage threshold to a point where whatever I hit definitely dies. The value of that is appealing to me. And there's no reason I can't do both. There's no reason I can't also be doing crit reduction stuff on this character. I got room. I got a bunch of levels left. I am not yet at the point in the game where until I spoke to Jira here, I didn't have access to any crit reduction gear other than the helmet I picked up in the Gauntlet of Shar. And the hat that I left in the Meatlock's place because I was planning on picking up this. But now I could throw on that, I could throw on either that or that, and Unseen Menace is good for this build. And I could be attacking with advantage also thanks to Unseen Menace. Good functional crit rate. Sure. But being able to guarantee a crit is valuable. Think of it this way. Hold Person would not be nearly as popular as it is if it didn't guarantee crits. because there's lots of control effects that stop enemies from doing anything. But people don't talk about those. They talk about the one that guarantees you crits. Witchbreaker we're buying. Battle Axe is a D10 if I two-hand it. It's got a weapon maneuver that adds proficiency bonuses damage. Magical? Yeah. Witchbreaker might see some use. Does Razor Gale have the damage halving that AoEs have? I would be surprised if it didn't, but figured I'd ask. It's been a while since I've clicked it. It doesn't? It's pretty good then. Yeah, that could work here. Good paladin level sneak in here. Guaranteed crits plus smites. I mean, I could, but then we'd be forced to confront the fact that even a crit smite doesn't actually do good damage. One, it's inconsistent. Two, it's radiant damage, so it's hard to apply a vuln without use of perilous stakes or contagion, and perilous stakes and contagion apply to every damage type. Three, I'd be in spell slot jail all the time. And I really cannot stress enough that saying Divine Smite is not good damage is not a hyperbolic statement in the context of BG3. Let's pull it up. Let's yap about this for a bit. I like putting my money where my mouth is. Having a visual aid. So, not the image. There we go. Wiki page for Divine Smite. Your weapon deals an additional 2d8 radiant damage, increased by 1d8 when attacking fiends or undead, an extra 1d8 per upcast up to 4th level. So, assuming you did a 4th level smite, which your class paladin can't get access to, you have to multiclass for that or use an elixir. Assuming you did that, you're looking at 2d8, 3d8, 4d8, 5d8, 6d8 against an undead or fiend. So double that up, 12d8. Okay. Worse than sneak attack. Just straight up. Sneak attack, better. More damage. Sneak attack matches your weapon damage type. So it is very easy to capitalize on vulnerability. Doesn't cost a resource. And you can just you just do it. This is on top of getting rogue perks. But let's remove sneak attack from the conversation here. That number of die, it's like, how often are you going to roll well on all 12 of those? You're not. This is why things like Great Weapon Fighting Style, like Organ Rearranger on Knife of the Undermountain King, like the similar reroll effect on Twist of Fortune, like the Savage Attacker feat, this is why those are so impactful on Smite-centric setups, because you need something approaching consistency, because the damage ceiling of Smite might be acceptable, but the damage floor is abysmal. A quick change that would fix that, it would just be to, like, make Smite D4s, but twice as many. And that would help quite a lot. So like instead of 2d8, just break it up into d4s. Because then your floor is higher. And then it would actually be something resembling a consistent way to clean up kills against anything that has more than 3 HP. But as it stands right now, if something has 3 HP and you click a first level smite in reaction, it's possible it still doesn't kill it. 3. But then, gotta keep in mind, not only is Radiant vulnerability hard to apply, in a way that piercing, slashing, bludgeoning, lightning, cold, psychic, fire are all far easier, thunder, are all far easier to apply vuln to. Like, you're not scaling it up as high as you're scaling equivalent things. No way, they made Booming Blade for radiant damage. Paladins get back their spell slots in short rest? Nope, they do not. So, like, the only way you get this to deal decent damage is attacking a fiend or undead, rolling well, and having applied vuln. That's when you can get Divine Smite to a point where it is out-damaging things that are competing for its role and its control over what classes you're allowed to take in your build. But those situations don't really exist, because that would be like, okay, you applied Radiant Vuln to Raphael somehow. Good luck doing that, but you applied Radiant Vuln to Raphael somehow, and Perma CC'd him so he can't do his Punish Divinity on you. Okay, at that point, does anybody's damage matter versus each other? No? No. Who else is Radiant Vuln? The Undead Sharns in Act 2? Okay, yeah, smiting them is actually a good thing. It might seem very counterproductive, and it's obviously something you have to do an amount of prep for, but unironically, one of the better showings for Divine Smite is clicking it against Radiant Retort enemies anyway. I'm not trolling here. Mathematically, it works out. It actually means Smite is worth the resource you are spending on it. The problem is, you need to be tanky enough to survive that, especially if you're critting, because you are taking triple your smite damage back as force. Let's more than that actually. So whenever you take radiant damage reflected back at your attacker, twofold is force damage. Everything in Act 2 that has Radiant Retort is Radiant Vuln. So you hit them, let's say you rolled 16 on your smite. They're vulnerable, so they take 32. So then they reflect that back double, so you take 64. So if you rolled 16 on a smite, you're taking 64 damage. And that can be something that's hard to deal with. And sometimes Radiant Retort double hits you. So you need to be super duper tanky. It's the kind of thing you do if you have a bunch of temp HP, some good damage reduction, Helldusk Armor, Adamantine Splint, that kind of level. Excuse me, that kind of level. Like Magical Plate for the global DR. Universal Res for force resistance. Then you can start to get away with that. At that point, Divine Smite has a good showing because you're able to apply it to vulnerable enemies, which is how these bonus damage features that so many classes have shine, when you are applying them to the things that take the most damage from them. But if you are not doing that, then the version that has consistency issues that costs a resource that requires you to invest into the worst class in the game. In terms of overall utility and upsides. That one isn't going to compete very well with more efficient and more damaging options you could be taking at similar levels of investment, but into other classes. Explains a lot of deaths. What, the double trigger thing? Full badger? Yeah. It's pretty shitty that that ever happens. Mark the Power Hour once lost a run to it. He did an opportunity attack out of reflex while he had Morning Lord's Radiance, and he hit an enemy. He crit them, but even with that crit, Radiant Retort shouldn't have killed him. It killed him because it hit him twice. Not only did he do, you know, the 4 times his damage to himself, he did it twice. So, yeah. Catch me biting at the club. Hey, Narthos.
This calls for careful footwork. One day I'll catch a break.
I feel it when your enemy has Shadow Mantle and Pale buffs.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Do I want to fight these two at the same time? I think I can make that work, actually. Need to make him stop.
Softer than a whisper. Don't mind if I do. Never wanted the easy path. All right, time to skunk about.
Brother.
If everyone else minds
I got tired of waiting. It's only a 16,000% increase, Quag. Diablo 3 numbers, man. Someone greenlit those.
light on my feet.
Oh, is she okay? I do love those on-screen damage numbers. I do like that they gave the option to squish them. That was nice. Yeah, a white crit for 1100 trillion. Mm-hmm.
There's a parasite nearby. You should take a closer look.
Light on my feet.
I didn't read the Necromancy of Thay yet, so I'm not going to do this yet. That time, though, be back in a bit. Sounds good. Wish to know how you're doing such explosive damage? Sure. The Rat Bat. The Rat Bat is awesome. It has an unlisted feature where, see in the combat log here, it's extra piercing damage. Rat Bat has an extra instance of piercing damage. Now, I'm not really leaning too much into that right now, but there's actually an enemy in this room that I have beef with because they have a ring that will allow me to lean into that.
Githyanki sleep in beds too.
It's this guy right here. So, because everybody likes critting, right? I've decided that I would like to critical hit this guy. So I'm going to turn into a wolf and I'm going to take a nap.
This calls for careful footwork.
Exposing bite. No longer a wolf. My next attack's gonna crit. They're all surprised. Goodbye. Guaranteed crit. Boy's dead as fuck. Let's go ahead and equip the Ring of Elemental Infusion. I could get away with haste here. Let's do it. He died.
These boots have seen everything.
All action search. Yeah, fuck that bunk bed. Meant to do that. You can see I have 2 instances of fire damage here. Because the Ring of Elemental Infusion applies to both parts of the rat bat. So, double the value. Could have killed one more of these, but I accidentally hit the bunk bed. New viewer of 3 days. Many people referencing your view of paladins being bad. Makes them so bad they have high single target damage. Why they're really so bad? Just because smite dies 2d8. So I just did an entire breakdown of this raid. I just had like the Divine Smite tooltip on the screen. It simply does less damage. Like there's a lot of copium of people who enjoy paladin. Divine Smite does less damage than other things. If you are boosting your melee damage, Divine Smite is worse at it than other things. Because to be able to Divine Smite at all, you need to take 2 Paladin levels, at least. That's already a nerf to your build, because 2 Paladin levels means you are, for example, not 11 levels in Eldritch Knight. Which is simply stronger. For melee or ranged stuff. Both. Sneak attack on an individual, if we're looking at 1 attack basis, does more damage than Divine Smite. You only get it once per turn, but if we're looking at 1 attack, sneak attack does more. Let's say we're looking at an entire turn. Okay, you need to have 3 well-rolled smites to match 1 well-rolled sneak attack in terms of damage optimization. And that's without accounting for Swashbuckler, where you can sneak attack twice on the same attack if you're outside of combat and turn-based mode, meaning that a Swashbuckler, level 11, can do 288 bonus damage on 1 attack without spending a resource. Divine Smite is never capable of that. At no point, no version of Divine Smite gets up to that. So if we're looking at the ceiling, Divine Smite is worse. If we're looking at average usability, baseline gameplay experience, you do not have enough spell slots to get through 3 combats of using Divine Smite on all your attacks if you're attacking and Divine Smiting on everyone every turn. You need to get back your resources at some point. So, if it's not spammable, if it's not at the peak, where is it good? And I outlined where it's good. If you are able to make an enemy Radiant Vuln, and bonus points if they're a Fiend or Undead, yes, Divine Smite's a good click there. But those situations do not organically exist in the game. That would require something like applying Radiant Vulnerability to Raphael and keeping him perma-CC'd so he can't do his Punish Divinity to stun you because he does that when you hit him with Radiant damage. Like, maybe if you could get Radiant Vuln onto, like, Merkel, which you can't do. At least not in Honor Mode. In Tactician, sure, you can just click Perilous Stakes and reload your game until it works. And a lot of the positive valuation of Divine Smite comes from people who do not play Honor Mode, so they don't know the difference between things like that. Like, you can't enemy target perilous stakes unless you make them an ally somehow. You can't do that with Merkel without soft locking your game. Because the only way to make Merkel an ally, at least that I'm aware of at this point in time, is to be an Oathbreaker Paladin, level 12, control undead on him. But if you do that, you soft lock your game because he doesn't drop the Netherstone. Maybe if you Dolly port out after that, maybe you can click Road to Baldur's Gate and still get into Act 3. Maybe. You put Contagion on Merkel? Nope, he's immune. So let me respond here, Raid. I do have some haters who tend to take what things that I say out of context to either Reddit or the Larian Discord. Hi, Hate Watchers. Because they don't use nuance in any sort of theory crafting discussions. In what situation is Divine Smite good? Or in what situation does it overcome or contradict anything that I just said? I'm always open to rebuttal. Quag has haters? Yeah.
You've made a grave mistake.
And for clarity, that was not a rhetorical gotcha, like, okay, prove me wrong. That's like, you have the floor. If you have a counter argument, bring one. Come have the conversation. I have things like the math. But long rest is that a must for Paladin, 2 battle then long rest if it's about resources? Yes. But if you're resource dumping, there's still stuff that does more. And there's stuff that does more without being tied to resources. Like, put Paladin and Hunter next to each other. Hunter never needs to spend anything at all. Just functionally resourceless, and they do more at every point in the game. Sorry, maybe not level 2, because you can't be a Hunter at level 2, but after that. Fighting looks cooler than sneak attacking. Subjective, but that's the best argument I've heard so far.
Just out of view. I just want a little look.
Chucky, when you have a chance to kill your enemy, you take it. I'd already disarmed.
Good cloud kill.
This is only a taste of the mercy a gate would show you.
You're not get surprised? You can. I just didn't cancel the dialogue fast enough. That was a user error on my part. Okay, here's the case. I took 2 Paladin recently, or I'd be curious for your take. I was Spores Druid, Polearm Master, basic strategy with Snowburst Ring, opportunity attacks to prevent people approaching me, generally very strong, had no burst damage, took 2 Paladin for heavy armor, and having Smite is an option for boss killing. And to be fair, that run died to Merkel. So, that is an example of a case where you are getting value out of it. Spores Druid, Druid as a whole, is a full caster. So if you staple Druid to Paladin, you are increasing your spell progression, so you are getting more spell slots to use on Smite. Spores Druid has Symbiotic Entity, which is damage that you can put onto every attack. Close to resourceless. It's just a wild shape charge, and you can refill Symbiotic temp HP with other sources of temp HP. It's very, very sustainable. you have action economy from Halo Spores, which you can use for things like popping haste spore grenades at your feet to do more attacks, and that's an action economy increase that, again, Paladin does not have. Druid also has Enhanced Leap Longstrider, which are mobility options Paladin doesn't have. We could remove Enhanced Leap. Everyone can do jump potions from level 1. Sure, let's remove that. But Longstrider can't simulate that, at least not until very late in the game with very specific gear. So just those 2 levels of Druid are going to do a lot to smooth out any downsides that the Paladin is going to experience. You mentioned Polearm Master. That's a way for you to attack on your bonus action, and you can smite on that bonus action attack. It also gives you another offensive use for your reaction. When people enter your threatened range, you can Polearm Master attack, and you can smite on that too. So it's giving you more vectors for deploying your divine smites. And that's all well and good. And you have slightly better resources to justify clicking those smites. Now, full disclosure, you would be getting more burst out of different 2-level dips than that, but I'm sure you know that. Jor is one of the people who, probably the person who made me most interested in messing around with the extended spell Booming Blade stuff I was doing on my previous 2 runs. And taking 2 levels of Sorcerer to be able to do extended Booming Blade allows for some pretty crazy tech, such as extended Bloodlust for better action economy. It allows you to apply 2 turns of Purple Worm Toxin with 1 hit. It allows you to apply Insta-Freeze with 1 attack, 8 Radiating Orbs with 1 attack, all sorts of crazy things. Adding the 3rd level of Sorcerer also gives you Quicken Spell, which is more action economy stuff you can do, like a bonus action Booming Blade. Like, that's an immediate example of a dip that does more for you than Paladin does. And Sorcerer also gives you infinite spell slots at level 2, if that's something that you want. You could go Fighter, you pick up a fighting style, you get Action Surge, you get that same heavy armor proficiency, but Action Surge gives you another full action that also gets extra attack if you have a source of that anywhere, so multiple attacks, comes back on short rest, also comes back on region travel. Where, Divine Smite does not come back on region travel. Worth mentioning. So, super sustainable if you're willing to just bop between maps, as many people are. So, your concept is sound, but there were better answers than Paladin, as I'm sure you know. The thing about Paladin is, to make it worth taking over other classes, you have to eliminate its weaknesses by using other classes. Yeah, I would be very interested to see some of these naysayers actually come on over to the stream and talk through some of this stuff. It's a welcoming environment, very much not an echo chamber. Counterpoint plus. Hey, Subblack. Definitely says something that the whole reason I did Paladin was to beat bosses, then died to Merkel anyways, because I didn't have good damage. Yeah, Merkel being one of the better examples of a realistic positive use case for Divine Smite, because he's undead. But,
Have to keep going. Good idea, I think.
I'm kind of surprised you lived that. Good for you. Sure. 2 hits. Been watching the League of Legends mid-season invitational. I have my fill of gatekeeping idiots who think insults are an effective argument tool. Yeah, stupid people are exhausting, Rathana. I'm sorry I've had to deal with that. Why'd you put yourself through that? Well, them literally told me to fact check my sources was proof of my ignorance. Anti-intellectualism is a blight. Making sure that you're not talking out of your ass by using, you know, data. I don't know, man. Did they tell you that that sounded woke, too? Would Staff of the Ram once per turn limitation get used up by retaliation? Would it even trigger? I don't think it would. Nemesis? I asked Grok, they told me Paladin's the best class. Did you happen to ask Grok which historical figure would be the best Paladin? I could guess his answer. Yeah, the orange kill, that's what I was getting at. See the Twitter CEO resigned over that? Yeah, like, being the CEO of a platform that's designed specifically to signal boost Nazi propaganda, that's one thing. Being the CEO of a platform that's specifically designed to signal boost Nazi propaganda that also has an AI that calls itself Mecha Hitler, literally, I'm not paraphrasing, that's too far.
It's been a long day. I'll need to rest soon. Maybe I need more pockets.
He was like, excuse Hitler, but I draw the line at Mecha Hitler. Yeah, yeah. Just... Thinking I'm outsourcing that to Grok. True gamer right there. Want to say we live in the stupidest timeline? Feel that'd be an insult to the stupidest timeline. Yeah, remember, it can always get dumber. It can always get dumber. Still dumbfounded that people are only potentially surprised that Trump's a raging racist and anti-Semite. They're not surprised. They are surprised that it's blowing back on them before it's blowing back on the undesirables. There is a distinction there. Oil of combustion, fire arrow. I like that here. Probably just go ice storm. Don't rock the boat too much.
Still breathing, despite everything.
How's America gotten so racist in a few years? To someone who doesn't live there, it's genuinely astonishing. So it's more a, like, giving people the green light to say the shit they've been thinking out loud. It's always been there. Just when enough people are saying a thing loudly enough, openly enough, and without consequences, people stop feeling shame. And the lack of shame is why people are so bold about it now. Because walk it back even 15 years to where people were literally hanging and burning effigies of the president, not because of any policy disagreements, but because he's a black man at the time. They were literally doing this. Even back then, the discourse was there was an undercurrent of people were ashamed to say everything they were thinking out loud. That shame is gone. So it's the same people thinking the same things, just they're not embarrassed anymore. That's all.
Softer than a whisper. Let's get in and out.
Alright, let's do this. Cool. Gish dead? No. Gish is there. Alright, I want the Gish dead. When in doubt, bomb. Didn't remember what they were saying about Obama. Yeah, I got it. That book of many things. Yep. And again, outside of policy disagreement, like I'm far more to the left than that guy. I've got a lot of bones to pick there, but like they would string me up right next to him because it happened to share an attribute. Never about that. It's always about the racism. Everything in this country is built on racism. Saying you don't like drone warfare? Correct. The U.S. president has been... the U.S. presidency has been in office held by a war criminal for my entire life. And probably the two people behind me in terms of generation as well. But now we have one that makes people feel comfortable in their racism. That's the difference. Should knock you prone. Need this. We'll go here.
I need a quick word.
Oh, exposing bites on cooldown for gore. It's almost like the exploitation of labor and the extraction of wealth from the poor is the basis of capitalism. Who'da thunk it? No, no, no. No, I'm not a poor person. See, under capitalism, I'm just a future rich person. So me cheering for my favorite corporations and billionaires against those poors, that's not me being stupid. That's not me being an easy mark. I'm gonna hit it big any day now. It's her Futurama reference here. It's just the BG3 community, or like the two BG3 live streamers that started watching are left-wing anti-war, assuming Quag's anti-war due to him being against Roman warfare. Correct, right. I am pro-basic human rights. I am anti-war, I am anti-genocide, anti-apartheid. Do you think the BG3 community leans left for sure? There's always oddballs out, but yeah. Overwhelmingly, my experiences here have been among like-minded people. Not one there. Unfortunate. Well, there is instead, so. That could have been bad if I hadn't killed her. Spherefuls would be on the table. We're good. If the Democratic Party was serious about pursuing parity, the Republican Party would not control almost every down-ballot office in almost every state. The Democratic Party is, not interested in opposing the Republican agenda. On any level of government. Local, federal. They're not interested. Now there's a distinction there between being complicit, being in favor of, and not opposing. Those are all different things. But they are not in opposition. Taking that statement any further, I feel like there's room for argument, but they are not in opposition. Now, this is not me saying that there is nobody that goes under the party umbrella that is in opposition. That is, again, a different statement. But the party line is not in opposition. Drives me nuts. Like, if nothing else, shouldn't the Dems oppose the Republicans out of self-interest? Republicans were like, cheering Pelosi's husband got attacked. Democratic Party line is fascist light. I think light is also doing a lot of lifting there. Light maybe by comparison? But look at the 2024 election cycle, where despite knowing and campaigning a mix of successfully and unsuccessfully on, hey, we're not Trump, for a full decade, and when confronted with like, okay, you really can't let him win this time, instead of reaching out to the progressive part of the base, you know, the part of the base that has the policy positions supported by a majority of Americans, left, right, and center, and instead of doing anything that section wants, they invented moderate Republicans that they thought they could reach by doing Republican border policy and doubling down on funding a genocide. Bold play. We'll see how it worked out. Oh, it didn't work? Oh. Shocker. And, like, again, it's... was actively stupid to do anything other than vote against the rapist in the Oval Office. Actively stupid to do anything except vote against that guy. But, like, nobody should be surprised that a bunch of people, whether they're truly stupid people, whether they've been manipulated by a very widespread current of apathy, no one should be surprised. And I said the very day, pretty sure I said this in Discord as well, that that Biden dropped from the race. I said the very day that America was going to be happy to watch a black woman lose. And they were. They're just losing purposefully. So, the core of the Democratic Party is the American definition of a centrist, who, if you look from the perspective of anywhere else in the world, are right-wingers, war hawks, hardline fascists. But the core difference between them and Republicans is Republicans will, like, kill you for fun. Like, they'll just defund everything in your life because they think it's funny. These corporate Dems, they just won't save you. They won't do anything for you, but they also won't, like, go out of their way a lot of the time, unless they need a distraction from something. They're too busy doing things like, you know, the same insider trading stuff that the Republicans do. And then muzzling any progressives in the party who want to get dark money out of Congress. But it is very much a two-party system in the US where there's the Nazis who want to kill you, and then the people who don't care enough about you to save you. Those are your options. And Category 2 knows that they're the only choice of anyone who, you know, is in any especially vulnerable categories. Like, I, as a black man who can also be placed in the queer community, I am on several shit lists. So, you know, once they finish constructing the camps that they have already built and are continuing to build, I'm sure I'm on some of those guest lists. Let's get Holy Lance on. You comfort again? Guess I don't need the Aether Warhammer right now. Kobolds? Let's go for kobolds. So I don't have Minor Illusion. Actually getting them to aggro is kind of difficult. Shatter is okay here. Do I not have Shatter? I swear I bought one from Zorel. No, I do. Alright. Gotta aim well. That's why I love recommending your stream so much. Aside from BG3 skill, the discussions are so vital. Also being serious for a second, consider moving out of the US. Got too dangerous if you had the option. Yeah. It's just, they do not make that easy on any level. And then I have things to consider like family, pets, my own health. There's a lot of factors there. But yes, I think about escape options very frequently. Okay, like, come out to get me. Yeah, there you go, there you go. Fight me. Oh, okay. Or do that. I don't think there's an angle where I can magic missile. Yeah, magic missile is looking for an actual path. These stained glass windows are not fully solid, so you can target some things through them. Seemingly not that. If you get the right angle, which I'm struggling to do, but you saw me target shatter through there a moment ago. Call lightning's good for this. Cloud kill is good for this. Maybe this will do it. There we go.
Spirits, fire could be explosive.
Bone chill work here? Bone chill would probably be pretty good, yeah. That's a good point. Bone chill does not have a projectile, so it's a bit easier to target at odd angles than most other cantrips. It's one of the main reasons why I do take Bone Chill over other ranged attack roll cantrips if I'm not particularly focusing on an element. The utility of shutting down healing plus the easier targeting is something that I just like. It also means that Bone Chill is pretty consistent for getting surprise rounds. Whereas if you were trying to do the same thing against like an already hostile creature, so a red rather than a yellow, if you try to do the same thing with fire bolts, there's a travel time there, so it's likely that the enemy sees you before it gets there, so you don't get the surprise round. But with Bone Chill, it's not a factor.
Should get started.
Yeah, I'm super comfy having Tavern Brawler here, even though it doesn't really directly help the Rat Bat much. Like, the +1 strength is helping. But Tavern Brawler for accuracy for exposing bite, and then for accuracy and damage from my throwing is my ranged option. It's just too nice. Through the floor. Right, that's the thing. My bow accuracy, not fantastic right now. What my dagger throws are. I wanted to go in more on rat bat damage. I guess I would be wearing Potent Robe. Even without having good charisma, it's got a floor of 1 on its damage bonus. So Potent Robe, Booming Blade would be just more damage. So even with no charisma, Potent Robe is better for your output than Helldusk Armor is. The question is, do I care enough about it to use them? Explains why Bite's hitting so often. Any thoughts in your third feed if you were to continue fighter? It's a good question. Likely Savage Attacker. Probably Savage Attacker. Possibly Charisma ASI. But more likely Savage Attacker. A few things in the Moonrise Jail we can still kill. Yeah, if I haven't mentioned it recently, I do appreciate y'all being around, creating an environment where we can do the nerd stuff, but also occasionally talk about some heavy stuff in what is otherwise a bit of a hellscape.
Anything you want to say?
Gamers aren't exactly known for being informed or empathetic. So it's nice to the BG3 community has been far removed from traditional gamers derogatory. But I am especially grateful for my own little section of that space. So, like Kermit Gape, etc., etc. You know the deal. Kermit gave from a butt. Oh. Okay. I'll take the freebie. Sure. He really hated you, didn't feel like getting hostile. I see. Woodsy in chat before GTA 6. Oh, Woodsy's here. Everyone, we can finally start the stream. This is actually pre-recorded, including the part you're listening to now. It's just Woodsy is so punctual that it all lined up perfectly.
How's the barricade?
Seen alleyways in Baldur's Gate that are plenty. Two steps in, and you're likely to become some dagger's new sheath.
Ain't my neck of the woods.
Count your lucky
You guys don't have 7 TV, it's just the amount of Kermit gaping his butt. We added it and became part of everything for some reason, don't know why.
What are you looking for?
When you put it that way, I somehow dislike it more. What, Kermit's butt? Why? How could you? Hey, quick enigma, thank you for the prime and the 4 months. Always appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. Are you looking for something?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Haven't rescued Roland yet, so figure we should do that.
If you're all
Or the
right
prison
by
break.
Jahira, you're all right by me.
How much is the rest of your holy water tally? Yeah, it's not that bad.
Take
Wild shape holy water is it's something, alright.
You're all right. They took his eyes first. He said he stayed in the grove. How do you do it? How do you... If they're not dead, then just...
Finest stuff.
Jahira didn't save your ragged little tail from the cultists. I did. If you hadn't... You...
Premium trinkets and doodahs.
Okay, he's an ally, hashtag ally, because I killed the strange ox already. I don't normally do it in that order, but I won't say no. I'm gonna throw a necrotic resist elixir at him too. So he's got shield of thralls, necrotic resist. If he dies, he's stupid. Well, we know he's stupid, but... Downloaded 7 TV time to see what the hubbub is about. Oh no. You can still go back. It's not too late.
I thought he had better sense than this.
Why would you think he has better sense than this, Bork? What gave you that idea?
I could do nothing right. Yes. Instead, I found myself caught or not. I felt.
Read this already. Chat must look absolutely insane to people who don't have 7TV. Like, some of those emote names are very long. Oh yeah, these are people I pushed off a roof. Are they okay?
Seems simple enough.
There's so many different ones. Yeah. Yeah.
I hope not. If he saves us, I'll never hear the end of it.
Why don't you and Zevlor take a long walk off a short cliff?
Normally I sell her a Scorching Ray scroll, but I've been using them. What do I sell Leah that I think she'll use? She'd probably find an angle for Cone of Cold. That'd be very funny. Let's go with Acid Arrow.
If you're not at the whatever.
I'll save that for the Warden, I think. Do I have paralytic poisons? No, we're not level 9 yet. Boo, no fun.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Being arrested.
Not with that attitude. Lightning Jabber still does the bonus lightning on throw when you miss. So if you don't think you'll hit an attack, there's no harm just throwing that out.
Moving ahead.
Equipped a Spark Swell here. The Warden has Lightning Arrow, and as my previous run, I spent a lot of time showcasing. The Lightning Arrow can do a lot. So we don't want her doing that.
It's been a long day. I'll need to rest soon.
Can't risk being alone with you.
The Large was stopping me from being able to get in there. It's really funny.
I need a little extra edge.
What actually triggers your character to say they need to rest? I believe it's if you have any long rest events in the queue. But I could be wrong on that. Putting her on the ground so she can't Hellish Rebuke. I do crit miss throwing someone to the ground. I'm very talented. I'm talented.
That's a friendly looking shadow. Should mind my step. Time for some bloody work.
Be a big ol' boy though. I'll be a big ol'. A big ol' boy. Why is it so catchy? The fucking... The goblin that's pissing. One of the goblins that's pissing in Act 1. He's singing a song. It's very catchy. Washing my pits, washing my pits. This is the song, I'm washing my pits. They didn't have to go so hard with the, just the background events in this game. It's so good. Everything about this game. Ugh.
Always room for more.
If he saves us, I'll never hear the end of it.
Good work. You, however, are the clincher. Hurry.
You don't have to give Wolbrin his hammer there. You can give him any, like, bludgeoning weapon. I don't know if he'll take, like, a maul or something, but you can give him, a torch.
What's inside?
You can give him the Blood of Lathander. How much DR is enough DR to start taking critical hits? Ask for retaliation. Depends on what you're fighting. I'd say HP matters more than DR there. What about sausage? Ooh, you could probably give him a salami.
I've got you.
Something over there.
But yeah, HP matters more. Because too much DR can make it so, you're not successfully taking, enough damage to trigger, like, Flesh Melter Cloak and stuff anymore.
Boat's good to go. All that's left is
And
to ship
also,
off. My plan for now is to hide
DR
under the
going
water.
beyond, like, what you can obtain
Unless you have a
from
better idea.
Bone Spike Garb, plus maybe one other item or source. Let's be moderate about that. That can be intensive in opportunity cost. Like sledboard stacking for a time, or pre-stacking Force Condo before the combat. Having enough Abjuration investment for any Arcane Ward at all. Like, it all has a cost. I prefer just have big HP and resistances. I still gotta watch Trade Kill Harper Arthas so I can have a good lineup for that. giving him salami in previous patches where it doesn't work anymore. But your salami doesn't work anymore? That's rough, brother.
Don't waste a step.
I ran no crit protection with just Bone Spike Garb DR. Actually, no. You know what? No. I want a style.
I don't need any attention right now.
I always want to just throw the weapon of Wolverine and see if anything happens.
Time to press ahead. Never wanted the easy path. Out of sight, out of mind.
Still have one incorrect ring on, but... Oh, yeah. AoE should crit here. Exceeded the save. Test it later, I guess. So wish I had Hex. Maybe that's what I should have picked up. Defeat Magic Initiate Warlock. DC 12 elemental arrows. It's painful. Oh yeah, I still have that on.
What the hells is this place?
An illithid oubliette. Right beneath the towers. A colony must be close. That must be where the tadpoles are coming from.
Something good here, I hope.
That place might never wash out.
Okay, let's turn on the rest of these, but I think there's something on my door, so I'll be back. I'll grab some water while I'm up, run a quick ad break, be back in 3 minutes. I'm back a little early. Hello. Sip my tea. Sipping my tea. Sipping my tea. This is the song when I'm back from having a pee. I'll workshop it.
Darkness forever.
2,000 to level. Let's turn in these quests. How much do I care about the scrolls from Alfira?
Don't be shy. Have a gander at the...
Oh.
Not really.
Made it. Well done. Now. But even bro.
I need a quick word.
You think we're all safe, Roland? That's no. Thank you for saying. You.
Yeah, I don't really care.
Wait. How did you do it? You thank.
Alfira gives you leveled scrolls. If I'd wait until level 9, it could potentially be from 6th level spells, but meh. Hey, Rathana, thank you for the Prime and the 5 months. Much appreciated.
Come here, darling. Me too.
This isn't the.
So
Cookies.
She's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Anyway.
Thank you very much.
I go where you go.
Alright, we had about 700 XP. Just turning those in. Quite comfortable. Could wake up Art, but I'm kind of banking that. Banking that inspo. Thank you for the cool place to hang out. I appreciate you being here, really. Just attempting to be the kind of place that I wish I had, like, I don't know, a lot of chunks of life, but yeah, younger me would have benefited from places like this. Inspired by this run concept and playing around with the idea of setting up Frozen with Morning Frost for offhand practice or sneak attack. A bit hard to set up, and Chilled has a low DC, but double with the Rat Familiar, Mage Hand, Bleeding, Painful Strike, etc. Like that warehouse full of piece, that's cool. Yeah, like Jorah mentioned, you could potentially apply Frozen in one hit with Extended Spell, Booming Blade, Oil Freezing, Winter's Clutches. You can also use Rat Bat, but you know, you're dual wielding, so it makes sense. I like that. What classes are you're running with? I see at the very least Rogue, but anything else, or it's just pure Rogue? What's the sauce? What's the vision? Full Arcane Trickster? Nice. You do have the option, if you want to freeze things, applying wet to a creature that is chilled, in that order. Chilled, and then you apply wet after, will freeze them, no saving throw. So, like, if you were fishing for the freeze and you happen to land chilled from Morning Frost, and you wanted to just expedite that, you could do something like then have your mage hand throw a water bottle. Just get the freeze over with. It's an option. So with that exact setup, nice. Summoning loud in this challenge? Yes. Shiny Nightmares. I don't particularly like micromanaging summons, so I don't do it often, but yeah, it's allowed. Have I summoned this run? I had a minor elemental for a little bit. It didn't do any combats. I just kind of stole its weapon. Yeah. Doing a big exposing bite on the cloaker sounds fun. Go for that. Yeah, I'm kind of down for that. The monstrosity, right? Caustic Reprisal can benefit from savage attacks. The name is Spaghetti Code's that. Yeah, it's your damage. So it's the same thing as Dollar Amara supplying. Brutal Critical and Savage attacks are looking for, in the case of Brutal Critical, melee or unarmed. In the case of Savage attacks, melee. That happened because of an attack roll that caused damage. And the damage needs to be attributed to you. So how do retaliation effects work? Someone did an attack roll that caused damage, and then you did damage. So, as far as those things are concerned, you met the conditions. Reading that now because I'll forget. Gone with an orc. I mean, it only really matters for when you're getting crit. Which, late in the run, sure, you're setting that up, but it only matters when you're getting crit.
Just out of view. Keeping my head down. Another step forward. Should mind my step. That's a friendly looking shadow.
Going Frostfire Electricity. Let's go Electricity. Wow, what's up? What am I picking? not guaranteed to beat out Cloaker's initiative right now. Box moment. So I could get Action Surge, Psionic Overload. Let's say 80%. Opposing Bite, are you okay? Hopefully it's okay. If that was Hex, that would be worth, but it's not, so it isn't.
Need any advantage I can get.
Think you're getting shitboxed? Yeah. Still good hit. Which model element the sorcerer will use? Ooh, nice. I didn't need to hit that Phantasm, I just didn't want to be prompted for opportunity attack anymore. Before we throw. Wall's Benediction turns on. Very cool. Diablo 4 Sorcerer, I might add. Little burnt out the Nautiloid after 100 so hours testing the dice roller. Understandable. Like, having another game to play is something that has helped prevent BG3 burnout. Like, I don't play too often off stream these days. I do sometimes. Usually when I'm testing out a concept that I'm maybe planning a run around. But that still leaves me playing this game 8+ hours a day. So it's nice to, when I feel like gaming on my own time, I do other things. Start Declare Obscure yet? No. I am reserving that for stream.
Death won't take me yet.
I did grab Outer Wilds with Steam sale, just on a whim. It was cheap, and I've only ever heard good things, and I still somehow know almost nothing about the game.
To be cautious.
Did finish Bioshock 2, decided to play Infinite again. Both of those games are so good.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
No, okay, Nick. You felt something. big lady.
This calls for careful footwork. Everyone else minds their business.
Just wanted to see Chargebound Warhammer damage. Not bad. Definitely glad to have that as a back pocket option for when I want a sword and board. Or hammer and board.
To stand this close to her power.
Everyone's so good about keeping Outer Wilds info safe because not knowing anything going into the only way to play the game is so good. Maybe I'll start that soon. Getting me excited about it.
Softer than a whisper.
What path lies before me?
And it decided to give me overkill in the first area, just a ton of fun. Wow. It has been a couple years since I played Infinite. Maybe I should change that. What are you doing for science? Could have coded my weapon here. Let's do an extra. Don't have the Iron Bandit shield yet, but that's fine. Absolute's Protector. We're sitting at 30 AC here. I'm on Vigilance. I can switch. Let's go Colossus. It's 30 AC is nice, but keep in mind these Adepts and Moonrise all have War God's Blessing, and they are willing to have multiple of them use it on the same attack. So if there's a Moonrise Paladin flanked by 2 Adepts, that Paladin can just get plus 20 to their next attack, and War God's Blessing can bypass your crit immunity if they are able to land on a crit with that.
Survival is all that matters.
Something to be aware of. Good luck getting 60 AC. Possible. I didn't think that one would get confused that way, but I'll take it. Let's see how this looks. Not bad. That's no Drake threat on this. Yeah, that's not bad. $60 AC? Good luck, brother. There's the War God's Blessing. So that was Nola and Mola both did it. Yeah, they rolled 19 for a total of 48. But I had slashing. Oh, I don't have slashing res. I'm supposed to. I have Zarel's shield on, which is DR against spells. But because their attack is Thunder Smite, and they react Divine Smite on that, Zarel's shield is actually taking 3 total damage off. Enemies in Moonrise have some really devious design elements, which I love. Oh yeah, they are super well designed. Like, genuinely, I think it would be really interesting to see how they would implement Moonrise Paladins, or Moonrise Monks rather than Paladins, or maybe alongside them. Because you'd have some potential for some pretty crazy shit. Like, it's a gift that we only have to deal with the Zealots and the Adepts. But, like, the Zealots have a lot of cool stuff going on. They've got a great weapon fighting style, so they reroll smites for more favorable outcomes. They do DRS stuff with their reaction smite on Thunderous. They have throwables they use. They use Void Bulbs and they use Caustic Bulbs. Some of them are Drow, some of them are not. The Drow all have sunlight sensitivity, which is cool. But, the Adepts have some cool stuff going for them. They have Psychic Resistance, which is such a subtle detail. But I think that that's very cool. Remember the extra encounter Paladins did that to you at the monastery, took the lift, got ambushed? Oh yeah, and they were all stacking War God's Blessing on the Firebolts. Yeah. I didn't do that fast enough, but it's fine. Sure. Another War God's Blessing. Blade Ward. Fire Shield ensured that they died. I gotta be careful here. Them stacking 2 Guardians of Faith on top of each other could be very bad for me. We're gonna heal. Used a bigger heal than I needed to, but I like being careful. my backlash for you. Very kind in the place that are, so you're right on the edge of it. Yeah, that was some questionable placement, wasn't it?
All right.
Moonrise Sense Paladins, they're not sending their best. Oof. Veget's Paladins don't expect much. I think for NPCs, Vengeance made sense as the pick because Relentless Avenger is more likely to harass a player than equivalent features in other subclasses, even though in player hands, Vengeance features suck. Excuse me. Like, Relentless Avenger is a bad feature, but it's the only paladin feature that gives movement speed. So unfortunately, I do have to give it some amount of credit. Like, movement speed is too good to completely dismiss. Let's see, thank you. People getting crit smite killed by Minthara and Moonrise Paladin is probably a big part of why I think smite's so good. Anders too. The fake paladin. And yeah, no doubt. I think I'll go to bed early. Good night, Sora. Thank you for hanging out. Take Scorching Ray. Puts that back in our toolkit. Witch Bolt. Unlike players, NPCs will only fight a single combat in their own lifetime. Exactly. They don't need to conserve resources. They tend to have stat blocks that are at least unlikely for players to have at the time you run into them. Let's put it that way. Unlikely. Like 18 strength, most people aren't naturally building to 18 strength, 16 riz. The riz doesn't actually do much for these guys. They don't have anything that scales off of it, but 18 strength, 16 con, 16 riz is fine. The wisdom is wasted, the int wasted. The dexterity is a tragedy, but they are wearing plate, so their defenses aren't bad. Just their initiative is. The adept stats are much more reasonable, but like the zealots, they have a pretty aggressive stat block. Just imagine there are more monk enemies in the game outside of the prison. People be going nuts over how broken they are. Absolutely. Book of Many Things. Absolutely. Like, the only times you fight monks are the prison. There is one bodyguard in Gortash's coronation that's a monk. There is one in the Zentarim force that attacks the guild. I cannot think of any other monks. Those are the only ones I can think of off the top of my head. Countermeasure and self-same. Yes.
I don't need any attention right now.
Oof. Oh yeah, I have War Magic now. Oh yeah, Eldritch Knight's fucking broken. I was like, why do I have another attack?
Don't waste a step.
That's why. Eldritch Knight. Why is it so good?
I'm done. I can't wait to sleep.
And this is still at a point where I can justify this dip is not detracting from fighter power. I'm giving up a feat right now for exposing bite. And I think that's fine.
Something's on my mind.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
Definitely take smoke powder arrows. Those are too nice to not have around. I suppose we could delete Marcus really quick without needing to throw him over the railing. Like if I exposing bite into an arrow of slaying, action surge, luck of the far realms, arrow of slaying, executioner, arrow of slaying, just being able to force 3 crits back to back is definitely enough. I wonder if that's what we do to Merkel. I just hit him with 3 Ratbat crits on the first turn, and we see what happens. That sounds funny. It's like he just dies to that, right? Even without Act 3 gear. That many Ratbat crits is just nobody lives. And Chargebound Hammer is real comfy. I'm liking that. Let's steal Iron Banded Shield here. Just real quick. Mark giggles. I got 31 AC, and again, we're not AC stacking. I could have one more here, one more here, one more here. I could have 34 AC. This is why Baldur's Gate 3 buff fighter rule 34
I'll take that.
was on my phone when I went AFK.
What's hiding here?
So...
Yeah, we sharded. I couldn't remember. Okay, so how much progress have we made today? Did a lot of experimentation. Here to put your phone display up as your BRB or co-op game. You imagine if someone did that? That would be fun content. Show AC breakdown? Sure. The things that might make this math out weird. Yes, defense fighting style is triggering twice. That is a product of the Helldusk armor. If you're wearing that plus another compatible piece of gear, you get the fighting style twice. So it's triggering because I have Grimskull Helm plus Helldusk Helmet. And then the Shield of Faith is from Priestess Gut. I brought her corpse to Sovereign Glut in the Myconid colony, had him reanimate her, had her Shield of Faith on me. And this AC is achievable by fighters at level 1, I should point out. A huge part of the fighter level 1 run is just getting to this AC level, and then most things can't hit you. You tweak your AC upwards for when you need to be even more unhittable. Like, Githyanki archers can hit you on 31, so you go for 32 there. But at that point, no one in the crush can hit you anymore. So, that's completely free. Thank you very much. You're welcome, Shippy. Good stopping point, I think. What about saving throws? Saving throws are more dangerous. Saving throws can become a big issue. So that is why we prioritize things like having relevant immunities. Protection from evil and good covers a lot of things that you're worried about. Having the Ring of Free Action or an Elixir of Guileful Movement on covers other ones. So it's a matter of covering for those effects. The reason I remember the Corvin token Wild Shape is used to stop Ems from yapping after I took Raft Steel. Nice. How high can you get it? Just saving throw bonuses as a whole? You can get your saving throws high enough to auto-pass anything in the game. Except for the stuns on the way to the brain in the Morphic pool. You can't get saving throws high enough to consistently pass those, because I think those get up to, like, DC 50 or something crazy. But yeah, you can get enough bonuses to pass anything else in the game as needed. Some things are easier, some things are harder. But, for example, a strategy that a lot of people run for, especially restrictive runs when getting to the final boss, is having really good intelligence saving throws so that the brain can't mind break you. And that does give you more turns to just kind of do your thing in a setting where you're not allowed to do stuff like Fierce Perilous Stakes or scroll spam, that sort of thing. That is an option. The mind break from the brain is DC 25 intelligence save, and it is possible to get your minimum roll to be 25. At which point, like, you succeed even on a 1. But for most of the run for level 1, I can't think of anything where you are super pressed about saving throws. It helps to have good strength saves against Call of the Damned for Merkel. It helps a lot if you're doing strats where he's able to do Call of the Damned. But depending on strat, you're in Scythe range, so he's never doing that. So at that point, you just care about con saves for Gaze of the Dead. And that's easy enough to achieve. Yeah, like I was saying, good stopping point today, I think. I'm getting a little bit eepy. What day of the week is tomorrow? Tomorrow's Friday. Tomorrow's Friday. Tomorrow's Danny's birthday, so keep that in mind. There'll be more BG3 content tomorrow. It won't be this run. It'll be other stuff. I'll be continuing this run on Saturday. Yeah. Continue this on Saturday. Who's live right now? Let's see. Grady's on. Andy's on. Andy's thumbnail shows him AFK. Let's click it anyway. See if he's here. He's AFK at the moment, but we're gonna raid Andy anyway. He's doing a really cool run. He's doing a... Got here just in time. Oh, sorry, Felicia. Hi. He's doing a Tadpole Powers only run. So, he's also allowed to use us. You know, the Intellect Devourer. So, he's allowed to do damage. Oh, wait, hang on. Never mind. He's ending his stream. Well, here. I'm gonna shout him out. Follow him anyway. Because I want people to see his run. Who else is on? I'm glad I checked. Grady's on. We can raid Grady. I did mention the other day that the name Click Fingers, the combo for Fleet Fingers gloves and Boots of Speed. Grady came up with the name for that. Just all around super funny guy. Solid dude. Great entertainer. Super chaotic vibes over there. You'll enjoy him a lot. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. And for those of you just concerned about my current run, more of this one on Saturday. If you got my emotes, feel free to do this. And yeah, that's all I got. Bye.